Members of Parliament, support staff, radio listeners, TV viewers, all viewing this meeting via social media, persons in the tribune, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I welcome you to this Central Committee meeting for today. This is Central Committee meeting number 23 for today, Friday, June the 26th. At this time, I want to give a special word of welcome to the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gomes, and her support staff here with us today, who are actually here for agenda point number 5 of this meeting, and I welcome all of you. We have established a quorum of 10 members. I invite you to stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I have received notices of the members De Weaver, Member Peterson, and no others just yet. Oh, and we do have a notice of lateness from MP Otley. Before going over to allowing the floor or notifications from the floor, allow me to take this opportunity to extend to our Member of Parliament, MP La Cruz, most blessed birthday wishes as he celebrates his birthday today. MP La Cruz, a very happy birthday to you. Congratulations with this birthday milestone. The members of Parliament, we continue with our notifications, and I ask if there are any from the floor. I see we have first MP Waver. MP Waver, you have the floor. That was not meant to be. Oh, no wonder. As I'm speaking, I'm actually speaking via the card of MP Waver, who has sat in for a previous meeting. So let us get that matter rectified quickly. We will now make sure that we have the right name cards, and then we will continue with notifications. I don't think it's necessary to adjourn. We're very transparent here in letting everyone see what we're doing. Of course, the machine will be reading the card and establishing. There we go. Welcome, MP Westcott. Thank you, MP Wayford. So we continue now. Everything is in order where the sequence of speakers is concerned, and I give the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the Minister of Finance and your support staff, those in the Tribune, also my honorable colleagues here in Parliament, and to the listening and viewing public of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, first and foremost, I would like to congratulate my daughter, my 5th child, my last child, Leandra Lewis, on completing her elementary education. It is a momentous year for me as well, as my eldest daughter will be graduating in short and going to university in a few more weeks. Madam Chair, I would also like to echo the sentiments in wishing my colleague next to me, MP La Cruz, happy switch over day, because he's no longer in the little leagues. I will also like to echo the sentiments of safety to the young individuals, Madam Chair, on these motorcycles. Last night, I too would have had to give up myself for a hit and run as a young man hopping on a motorcycle coming down direction Madam Estate, and I go in Dutch Quarter direction, and Madam Chair, he would have ended up under my vehicle. Madam Chair, I'm asking these young motorists to please take your life serious. This was around 10 o'clock last night. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Lewis, for your notification. I see that MP Roosberg is requesting the floor for notifications, to whom I give the floor at this time. MP Roosberg.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed morning to the Minister of Finance and our support staff, to the persons in the Public Tribune, to my honorable colleagues present here today, and to the people of St. Maarten tuned in via whatever medium online. First of all, I would like to express my sincere solidarity with the people of Venezuela following the recent earthquake. Our thoughts are with all those affected, and we wish them a strength and swift recovery. At the same time, I also would like to congratulate Curaçao on the remarkable World Cup journey. Although that journey has come to an end, I believe a seed has been planted, one that will inspire generations to come. And therefore, to every child in Curaçao, Sint Maarten, and across the White Kingdom, never let the size of your island determine the size of your dreams. And therefore, I always say, dream, believe, and achieve. Let this also be a reminder to come together as a community as a whole to support our local talent, attend sporting events, cheer on our youth, and continue investing in their dreams. Because as we can see, today's encouragement could be tomorrow's success story. Lastly, Chair Lady, I would also like to congratulate everyone that is graduating. Today, I was invited to the graduation of the Sint Maarten Vocational Training School, but unfortunately, seeing that it was at the same time as today's meeting, I couldn't make it. So via this way, I would like to congratulate all the students that are graduating, and to those that didn't make it, unfortunately, do not give up. And everyone, also yesterday, lastly, I was at an event where I was reminded, and I would like to inspire everyone that haven't done so as yet, to choose happiness. And I don't want to take that lightly. I'm seeing someone across, Ms. Butte also was present, other members of parliament, you as well, Chair Lady. I think seeing all that is currently going on our island, the words choose happiness shouldn't be taken lightly. And if we can practice this every day, I think we can achieve something positive. So let's choose happiness. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. I continue and I give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor for notifications.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a good morning to the Honorable Minister of Finance and her support staff, to my colleagues here in Parliament, and to those of you listening via social media. I, too, would like to join in with my colleagues and extend a very happy birthday to our colleague, which is known as the tallest MP, MP La Cruz. Welcome to the 50-plus club, my friend. I wish you many more happy, healthy years, and Godspeed. I, too, would like to extend my condolences and my prayers to the people of Venezuela. In the past couple of years, that country has been through a lot, and to be hit with this now natural disaster, I could only imagine what it is like and what they are feeling at this particular time in Venezuela. So my prayers and thoughts go out to the people of Venezuela. And lastly, Madam Chair, I would like to extend congratulations to Curaçao and the Blue Wave. They did not achieve the ultimate victory, but we know that a seed that is planted spends a lot of dark days below the soil before it becomes a tree. And that seed has been planted, and I'm sure that one day Curaçao will emerge as they did in the Little League World Series. I know one day they will emerge as a powerhouse in soccer or football, as we call it. So congratulations to the people of Curaçao, and I wish them Godspeed as they move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. We continue with the members of parliament and their notifications, and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good morning to you, my colleagues, the Honorable Minister, her support staff, persons in the Tribune, and a special shout out to the people of Sint Maarten that are tuned in. Madam Chair, I would like to firstly start by wishing condolences to the family of Miss Lydia Van de Poel, wishing them much strength during this difficult time, as well as the family of Miss Nikki Reed, who's being laid to rest. A lot of people are going through some trying times. My colleague mentioned about the bike rider crisis, I would call it, that we have on Sint Maarten. I've made several appeals to the government to, maybe we should do a National Day of Prayer. We have the Minister of Finance here. Hopefully some influence can go over into us having some kind of dialogue and be able to pause and reset as a country. Madam Chair, I would also like to congratulate the graduates, those that made it to that next level, that new milestone in their life. And to those that didn't make it, don't give up, because at the end of the day, we all try, we all make it, some don't, and we are based on trial and error. Lastly, yesterday I watched a game and I was a bit disappointed, I must say. Nevertheless, happy for the fact that a small island like Curaçao, where my father hails from, was able to make it to that world stage. And I must say that as a brothers and sisters within the kingdom, I know that we are all proud to be able to represent. And it's a great thing that was achieved, and it just showed that small islands can make a big impact once we do what we have to do. With that being said, a couple years ago, I started the process to sign over the soccer field in Belvedere to the Soccer Federation here in Sint Maarten. I know that there was a lot of bottlenecks, almost to the point where it was being finalized, which I signed the decree. I would like to urge the government, specifically the Minister of Vromi, to finalize that process, because we can all sit here and congratulate Curaçao, but if we don't invest in our own roots, we will definitely never make it to that platform. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. The next MP to speak is MP Lacruz. MP Lacruz, you have the floor for notifications, and I'll give you an extra half minute because of your day today.
A blessed morning, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you. Griffier, Honorable Minister of Finance and her support staff, those in the Tribune, my fellow colleagues here in Parliament, and all listening and watching via social media. Madam Chair Lady, I'll first like to start by saying thank you to everyone that wished me a happy birthday. I woke up and my phone was filled with messages. They always say it is, you acquire knowledge in three ways. One is through going to school, education. Next one is what you learn on the streets. And the third is the one I hit today, which is age. I feel like still 20 in a 50-year-old body. So thank you to all that wish me. And then, Madam Chair Lady, I'd like to congratulate my little cousin, Gerline Isaac, with Vice, Vitiligo, Educate, Inspire, and Support Sint Maarten and her foundation. Yesterday was Vitiligo's Day. If you see, there's a mug, and my colleague is down in purple, and I am proud of her. I know the battles. I know how long she has been fighting with this from a child. I've seen the whole process where she went from a beautiful dark child to a beautiful clear lady. So love to her mom, to her brother, to her father, everyone. Continue supporting and continue educating the public on this. I don't even know if to call it a disease or call it a mishap. Then, Madam Chair Lady, I want to congratulate my godson, Neymar. Today, he graduates also, and he is one step further to being a ambulance personnel. That's what he wants. So, to all the students that graduated, those that didn't, please note that sometimes you have to take a step back to be able to hit two forward. And if the foundation is weak, you still need to be able to, stand your ground to move forward. So don't let that keep you back. Push forward. I think most of us in here, everywhere, have once had to take a step back to be able to move forward. So my prayers are with all those in Venezuela. Also, Madam Chair Lady, I heard that there are almost 200 deaths. And to the diaspora here, I hope that they've gotten in contact with their families and that they could help them in any way possible. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacruz, and thank all you members for your notifications. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 agenda points for this meeting today. And the 3 first ones are actually ratification of the report on 3 draft laws regarding the monetary system and related issues that we have received from the government. These, let me give you the numbers, members, in case you wish to quickly revert back to them. Our first agenda point is National Ordinance number 188 in our administration here. National Ordinance 189 is the second one, and National Ordinance 190 is the third one. For these 3 agenda points, members of Parliament, it is about ratifying the report of the Central Committee, which has to take place in order to be forwarded to the government so that the process of handling the draft law can continue. So those are the 3 agenda points. I'll get to them individually and asking for your consent/approval for us to approve the report, but we'll get to those. The 4th agenda point is a list of invitations to the Parliament. We'll also get to them as well, but just for your notification, the first one is the attendance at Curaçao Flag Day on July 2nd. This, members, is IS 1158 of this year. The second one is an invitation for Station Day celebration. You might say that is quite early considering that it is November. However, as you know, members, this is a big celebration for Station. Their 250th Station Day celebration. Hence, we have received the invitation already. That is number IS 1122 for your reference. Thirdly, the President of Parliament, myself, has been invited to attend the inauguration ceremony of the incoming island governor of Saba. This is taking place on July 9th. For your reference, this is IS 2020. This is IS of June 26, 2026. I'll get the exact IS number because we have the parliamentary year here, which is, of course, this year. But in any case, it is dated June 26th. And then we have the invitation for the President of Parliament to attend the 48th conference and the 19th Presiding Officers and Clerks Conference of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Caribbean, Americas, and the Atlantic Region Conference from August the 30th through September the 5th in Jamaica. This, members, for your reference, is IS 1168, and it is dated June 12th. And then fifthly, in terms of agenda point, we have the draft national ordinance to establish the budget 2026 for the country Sint Maarten, for which the minister and her support staff is here today with us. So, members of Parliament, I want to go back now with you to the agenda point number 1, which is the approval of the final report of the draft national ordinance containing rules on the supervision of virtual asset service providers. This is the national ordinance on the supervision of virtual asset service providers. Can the members of Parliament agree with this draft report of the Central Committee? I see we have MP Dimar Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning to my fellow colleagues, Honorable Minister of Finance and her support staff. Madam Chair, I cannot approve this law report as currently written because I see a serious issue with the definition of VASP, which is the Virtual Asset Service Provider. In Article 1M, it states that a virtual asset service provider is a natural or legal person who carries out one of the following activities or performs acts for or on behalf of another natural person or legal entity. Now, I know that in the last meeting, the minister did state that it's a broad definition, is based on international standards, and the licensing only applies to activities carried out on a professional and commercial basis, thus targeting companies and entities. However, that is not how it is written. As it is currently written, it says a natural or legal person who carries out one or more of the following activities. Now, the list of the activities are simple things such as exchange between virtual assets and fiat currency, one or more virtual assets, transferring, storing. So technically that's referring to me, because I could go on my phone right now and do all of these activities. Now, I do believe the definition needs to be altered. A natural legal person can be a virtual asset provider if they're operating as a business on the behalf of a third party. So I believe if that is included in the definition, then it won't leave room for interpretation. According to, under international law, the FATF does define a VASP as a natural legal person who, as a business. The way it's stated now, it says a natural legal person who carries out one of the following activities, or. So if you say or, it means a person who carries out these activities, or a person who acts on the behalf as another. Now, I've been actively trading cryptocurrency for almost 10 years now, and we have came a long way with the banking system that allows transfers to exchanges and wallets, things like that. But I know what the minister intended, and she did state that. But I would hate for it to be written this way, and then one day we're no longer here, and it's up to the bank's discretion and interpretation what it states. So if that can be altered to state specifically, I have an example of what it can be. Any business, entity, or natural legal person operating as. So I think as is a big word instead of or. So with that, hopefully the minister understands, which she did already state, and hopefully that could be corrected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Labega. Minister, just let me clarify, this is not for you to answer right now, because this law, like the two others that have come, we have had discussions on the law in Central Committee. Because of the technical nature of the law, members were then asked to submit their questions by, I believe the date was the 11th of June. And based on us receiving no further questions, we are actually today ratifying the report based on the questions that were posed in the Central Committee in first instance. However, given MP Labega's question, comment / concern, this can be added, if agreed to by the Central Committee, to our report, which will then be ratified today and sent to the government for their response. So, members, you have heard the comment / query by MP Labega. Can we agree to add that concern to the report? I think it was kind of referred to in our first set of questions, but just to make sure that the comment is understood by the government and will be then reacted to, by the way, by the minister. That's how the process on the laws in general and this one as well will go. So it's not for our discussion with the minister here today. So can we agree that the matter of the definition as explained by MP Labega will just be added to our official report to be ratified today, that we will then send on to the government? We have an MP who wishes, and that is MP Doran, who wishes to comment on this particular item of discussion. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just for clarification purposes, because I also share the same sentiments as MP Labega, which I brought to his attention a couple of days ago when we had a discussion on it. But I just wanted to clarify. So once it's included in our comments now in the report, and it goes over to the Central Committee, to the OVE, would it then be seen as a potential amendment by the minister once those words are adjusted, or we reach to that stage yet based on their reaction from the CC report? Then we will go over into the OVA and then determine the way forward.
The latter comment.
Okay, thank you.
MP.
Thank you.
Your latter comment. That's the way it will be.
Yeah,
It will be handled.
Okay.
So right now we have the report that includes the first set of questions, and actually there were no questions after that as per the 11th of June. But now we will add this to complete the report coming out of the CC on this draft law, and then it will go. So if there are no further comments, then we can consider this agenda point as the ratification / the approval of this report as agreed to by the Central Committee with the inclusion of the comment by MP Labega. That was the first draft law on, as I mentioned, the monetary system and related issues. The second one, so this is agenda point number 2 of this meeting, is the approval of the final report, again the same process, of the draft national ordinance containing rules concerning oversight by the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten, the so-called National Ordinance on Oversight Systems in the Payment or Securities Settlement System. There too, we had the same process. We handled this in Central Committee. Questions were posed, answers were given, and it was also agreed that considering the technical nature of these draft laws, as well as the fact that some of the questions pertaining to this matter have also been posed regarding the other draft laws, we had also decided and requested members and factions to present their questions about this particular draft law by June 11th for the report to be finalized and then ratified, which is what we are seeking to do today. So the proposal is that this report be ratified, and I ask if there are any comments from the members to ratify this Central Committee report and proceed by sending it to the government so that the continuation of the handling of this law towards the public meeting can take place. Is there any member who wishes the floor? I don't see that indication, so here we will consider that this report by the Central Committee is hereby approved, ratified in this meeting. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we go over now to agenda point number 3. And again, we have such a type of law, and that is the National Ordinance on the Supervision of Operators of FMI-systems. This, what we are seeking approval for, is the final report on this draft national ordinance containing rules concerning clearing and settlement systems in the monetary union of Curaçao and Sint Maarten. Like the two before, we also had a discussion on this law, and it was also decided that members would be granted until the 11th of June to ask questions so that we then could finalize the report. Hence, this agenda point today. You have the reports, members of Parliament. You have received the draft Central Committee meeting report with earlier questions, and I ask if any member wishes to speak on the topic before we continue with the ratification of the report on the law from the Central Committee. I don't see that being the case, so members of Parliament, the report is hereby approved and will be forwarded to government for their handling before we continue the handling of the draft law in a public meeting of Parliament. Report approved. Members, our next agenda point, which is agenda point number 4, we start with the celebrations or the invitation to the celebration for Curaçao Flag Day, which is on July 2nd, and it is IS 1158. It is an invitation we received on June 11th. The proposal is, as we would always do with these type of invitations, is that a maximum of 4 members, along with the President of Parliament, each, when it pertains to the 4 members, each from a different faction, to attend this event, this invitation, or follow this invitation for the Curaçao Flag Day. Considering the last rotation of the factions that were to attend Aruba Day in March of 2026, the following factions are now up. It would be an MP from the Unified Resilient Sint Maarten Movement, an MP from the Democratic Party, an MP from the Nation Opportunity Wealth faction, and an MP from the National Alliance faction, along with the President of Parliament and the Secretary General in both cases, or a replacement. Of course, the proposal is that travel arrangements be made according to the applicable guidelines and rules. Does any member wish to speak to this topic? Then we can go over and approve that as proposed. We go over now to the invitation for Statia Day celebration, which is on November the 16th of this year. I mentioned this document to be document number 1122 of this year's, and members of Parliament, of course. I also need to say for the general public, when I mention these numbers, they are available to members of Parliament on the Teams platform of the Parliament of Sint Maarten. And again, members of Parliament, we follow the guidelines and the regulations that we have established for travel, and then that would bring us to the following. Considering the one that we just approved, it would then be a member of Parliament from the Party for Progress faction, a member of Parliament from the Sualiga Action Movement faction, an MP from the United People's Party faction, and an MP from the Unified Resilient Sint Maarten Movement faction, along with the President of Parliament and the Secretary General of Parliament. Does any member wish to speak to this proposal? It does not seem to be the case. We have I just want to add that in this particular case, we are also seeking the approval to have a protocol officer of Parliament travel along, given the nature of this particular visit. So members of Parliament, if there's no need for further comments, then we can approve that as proposed. And then we have the invitation to the President of Parliament, which is IS 1208, and that is for the attendance of the inauguration of the incoming island governor of Sabre. And it is mentioned on I think I mentioned that already, IS document number 1208. In fact, I am seeing, okay, the proposal is actually, the proposal here in the Central Committee is for also 2 members of Parliament to travel along for this inauguration, each from a different faction, to attend along with the President, and that would then be the members from, a member from the Democratic Party faction and DMP from the Nation Opportunity Wealth faction. Along with the President and the Secretary General. If there are no further comments, then this proposal will be approved as proposed. Proposal approved. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with this agenda point, and that is the approval for the President of Parliament to attend the 48th Conference and the 19th Presiding Officers and Clerks Conference of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Caribbean, Americas, and Atlantic Region Conference, which is to take place from August the 30th through September the 5th in Jamaica, registered here in Parliament on the document number 1168. It is an invitation received on June 12th, and considering the invitation, the proposal is to approve this work visit in order for the President of Parliament and the Secretary General to attend this event on behalf of Parliament, and that it follows the guidelines that Parliament maintains for travel of members. If there are no further comments, then this proposal will be considered approved. Members of Parliament, we are now going to take a brief adjournment until 11:10 before we go over to the next agenda point. Meeting adjourned until 11:10 a.m. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of this Central Committee meeting of Parliament. We have come to agenda point number 5 on this agenda of the CC, and that is Ontwerplandsverordening tot vaststelling van de begroting van het land Sint Maarten voor het dienstjaar 2026. This is the Landsverordening Begroting 2026, and in our administration, it is National Ordinance number 192. It is the national ordinance stipulating the budget for St. Maarten for the year 2026. It is the National Ordinance Budget 2026. And I mentioned the number here in Parliament, so that's 192. As IS number, it is 1159, and it is dated the 11th of June. That is the day we received the draft budget from the government of St. Maarten. All members have received a copy of the draft national ordinance. For some members, this has been in hard copy, also the digital link via email, and it is, of course, available on our national or general team. The budget, by the way, which is important to note, is also on Parliament's website. And so today, the Minister of Finance is here to present the budget in the Central Committee meeting to Parliament. I would imagine this would be an overall view of the budget, the numbers that are involved, etc. And before I give the Minister the floor to first of all make some introductory remarks and then secondly go over to the presentation, I want to propose that we handle the budget in the following manner. Yes, it was tried before to deal with the budget in a slightly differentiated way in terms of handling legislation. And that would have been the proposal at the time to the members, and the factions would have been that we would have sent in the questions in writing, and we would not have had the minister present. However, members, I have the following proposal regarding handling this draft budget 2026, also given the fact that Parliament needs to now, just like we did with the other laws, complete the report with the questions from the Central Committee by members of Parliament in order then for the government to continue by answering, for us then to have the final report with answers and continue on to a public meeting of Parliament. So very specifically, the proposal is the following for the handling of the 2026 budget. 1, the Minister is here today, and the Minister will give us a complete overview of the draft budget 2026. At the end of that presentation by the Minister, members will be allowed to ask any matter to be clarified about the presentation made by the Minister here this morning, and that the factions will then have the opportunity until the 2nd of July to submit the questions in writing. And we come together on the 6th of July to ratify those questions. So that is the proposal, to get those then on to the government that will then have to work in terms of answering these, provide Parliament with these answers, and before we continue with the public meetings or the public meeting on the budget 2026. Very specifically, my question is whether members can agree with this process in terms of handling the budget 2026. So once again, for your notification, then the dates will be that by the 2nd of July, all factions present their questions in writing by ministry, if at all possible, and that then we meet in Central Committee on the 6th of July for the ratification of that report of questions, and then forward that immediately thereafter to the government for their responses, and subsequently the continuation of the handling of the budget in a public meeting of Parliament to be decided. So with that, I see we have MP Doran, who wishes to take the floor on this matter of procedure for the budget 2026. MP Doran.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, hearing what you just mentioned, the proposal, then it brings me back to about a week ago when we had a meeting as faction leaders having the same discussion. Then I would say that leaving that meeting then, it was very disingenuous because we had a proposal tabled. We decided as a majority of faction leaders the manner in which we're going to deal with it. Now today, hearing something different. At the end of the day, I am pro-efficiency. But I'm pro-efficiency if the government would be efficient in terms of answering things, Madam Chair. I have maybe 7 or 8 letters outstanding, some span over the course of 11, some over a year, to the same government with unanswered questions. So how am I, Madam Chair, to trust in this new project, a new process that is being proposed, while we don't even have the administration up to date with the regular stuff? We're not talking about a letter as to asking for clarity on how certain things go. We're talking about a budget of 2026, which is already super late. We had a situation a few months ago with the novel and the thing with the whole budget debate of 2025 that we had to do over. Madam Chair, in this process, it takes away, it infringes on the right of a member of parliament because you don't have the clarification round anymore. You don't have several other mechanisms in order to get clarity. So my question is this: is it just something to try to facilitate the government that is not functioning properly now? The parliament is trying to find a way to help them out in this situation? Because there's no other way for me to frame it, Madam Chair. At the end of the day, we are all duly elected members of parliament. I'm not sure if a proposal or something is going to come and then it'll be outvoted or whatever the case may be, but I just want the people of Sint Maarten to understand that this is a gross infringement on the process that we are used to doing here in this country. And again, I have no issue in terms of improving our manier van doen, improving our processes, but we cannot come to play a project, a pilot project, with the budget of country Sint Maarten. So I would just like some clarity as to how is it going to work with clarifications, with all these different processes, and is it a way just to fast track the budget so we don't get to talk as much or get to ask enough questions? So I'm totally against this proposal for the record.
Thank you, MP Duran, for your comments. I now give the floor to MP Labega. MP Labega, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I second your proposal. Once the government ensures that we get the questions back in a timely manner to, I'm assuming, to be determined, I see no issue with your proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. I now give the floor to MP Kotai. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to basically say the same thing as MP Labega here. I can agree with this proposal, Madam Chair, as long as we get the answers back in a timely manner, for one. And I would hope that moving forward, we can seek other avenues in making our processes more efficient. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Kotai. I give the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, your comments on the procedural sequence of handling the draft budget. MP Lewis.
Madam Chair, I also shared my sentiments during our closed-door meeting as faction leaders with regarding to the budget. I am also pro-efficiency. I also make statements that we should not use this time to propose anything new, seeing the fact that this is the national budget of the country. Madam Chair, as well, it has been proving even in recent meetings with the Prime Minister, where he himself have left out so much answers to questions from 2 opposition members, and we do not know if these things are expressed or done but we are also representatives of the people. So I'm not here saying that I stand with MP Duran. I am saying that I stand for a process, a duly process, that we have to maintain what we were doing before, because tomorrow we don't want to say, listen, our rights was infringed. It is being infringed at this point. So I would have to say, yes, I do agree with Member Duran. I do agree with your proposal to an extent that we use that later down for something else, but not at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis. The next MP to speak on the matter is MP Janssen. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you. I had a question regarding what will exactly happen on July 6th with the ratification of those questions. Is it then that when we have the report back with the questions, will we still have an opportunity there to clarify certain answers that were given from the ministers? That is my question, and I don't know if you can answer that part now before I continue, Madam Chair, or if what I wanted to say regarding the new approach, though, is that in light of how late the budget has come in, and seeing the need for a budget for the ministers to execute their work, I too can agree with you on this method. However, I just wanted to know more about that July 6th. And additionally, because it was mentioned regarding ministers not giving answers, what I have seen myself by going back and reviewing transcripts of old meetings where it was said that the ministers didn't answer all the questions were answered actually. So I think that we too as Parliament, maybe our Secretary General and the organization can do the transcripts so that when the answers are being given, we can confirm that the answers were, in essence, were actually given, and not people saying that they weren't given and they were. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Janssen. I now give the floor to MP Roosburg. MP Roosburg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. In regards to handling the budget, it's very important, I believe, as members of Parliament. First of all, if we propose or have questions, if it's during a CC meeting physically or in writing, the fact stays and remains that the answers that we are requesting should be given. That's first and foremost. I believe that what we need to look at this moment, or what I'm looking at, is that when I have questions, that those questions are answered. And if those questions are not answered, I will get the opportunity to still get those questions answered. So my focus is on receiving the answers so that I can properly further prepare for the budget. As long as that is being guaranteed, at this point, I don't have no issue in doing it in the manner as suggested. Because I do agree that yes, the budget is the most important legislation, but on the other hand, what is most important to me is receiving the questions the answers to the questions that I'm posing. So that is what needs to be guaranteed on my behalf. If that can be guaranteed, we have the public meeting where in public form, other questions can be answered, but I want to avoid, because we all have mentioned, and it's a fact that the budget is very late, and as long as no hampering in the sense of questions being avoided, not answered on onvolledig, and we will have the opportunity to get that part corrected if that's a mishap or is being missed. I'm not seeing an issue at this point. Improving the way how we have been doing things is a must, and I'm all for that. And as long with this part, we are not missing any questions, because that should be the focus. I currently do not see an issue with that, but it needs to be guaranteed. And if there is something missed, we as members of parliament should be having the opportunity to make note of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roosburg. I now give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, SG. Members of Parliament, to the Honourable Minister of Finance and her support staff and the viewing public. Madam Chair, in the word parliament, the word parler literally means to talk, to dialogue, to speak. And it isn't a surprise to me that the coalition obviously doesn't want to speak or doesn't want to, as one MP said, show up to meetings, etc., to have a discussion on the most important legislation that we have and give the public an opportunity to be part of this discussion, not just in the budget debate of OVE, but what we've always done. And it's also surprising that we have almost 2 years of working in Parliament now already, or more, and we are choosing to do this forum with the most important, according to the track that the proceeding presented, the most heavy legislation that we have. I also already responded to the Presidium. I sent a letter to the Presidium and my other colleagues stating that your own words are contradicting. You're saying we're going to use a certain track for the less heavy legislation, but we're doing exactly the opposite. In addition to that, as MP Dora mentioned, in a CC, we at times, and Chair, Madam Chair, you have also stated that before, that we don't officially have a second round in the CC, but members get the opportunity to ask a question like it's a second round, to say, hey, we need further clarity on that. That opportunity is now not given. Again, like I advised with the Novell, like I advised with Soul Beach and some other things, I am saying, again, I believe that going this path will delay the budget even more. I just want to put it on the record. I believe that taking the path of going in writing will delay the budget even more and put more unnecessary pressure on the civil servants. I want it on the record. Thank you, Madam Chair. And on the record, I am against the proposal for those reasons especially.
Thank you, MP Irian. I now give the floor to MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to yourself, the Minister, support staff, honourable colleagues, and the viewing public. Madam Chair, I appreciate the ambition to move to a more sophisticated and efficient process. However, efficiency begins with consistency, and we have yet to consistently deliver on the basics. Madam Chair, I don't need to remind members of this House promises that were made in 2025 during the 2025 budget debate, where it was said basically to omit all errors that was being made at the time, because as of 2026, 2027, it will go differently. Madam Chair, it has yet to go differently. If I was to remind the House that the last budget we tried to fast track didn't end well, we had to come back and do a whole budget all over again. As it pertains to outstanding letters, my colleague referenced 10 to 11 letters. Madam Chair, I think I maybe have 10 to 11 letters with a singular minister at this point, withstanding, not even counting the rest of the ministers. If we can't even do the basics and reply to simple questions and simple letters about lesser topics, how are we going to do this with a law at this size? Questions being skipped every time when we do say, hey, let's do it in writing. Our colleague just said sometimes the questions are in the transcripts. Madam Chair, many times during the meetings, I even walk up with my questions that's already printed to the representatives of the ministers, and indeed, they were skipped. Madam Chair, before we can elevate the process of how we handle the budget, we must first demonstrate that we could execute on the fundamentals. And at present, we have yet to clear that hurdle. So I do not, although I do understand and I fully back efficiency, until we could get the consistency in line, I cannot, how would I say, go along with this proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York. I now give the floor to MP Myers. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a pleasant good morning to the Minister of Finance and support staff once again, colleagues here in Parliament, and to you, Madam Chair, and the Griffier, to you, those of you listening via social media and any other medium. I can support the proposal, Madam Chair. In the faction leaders meeting, I was one who supported it because I believe that to run your country, you must be efficient. And the only consistent thing is change itself. And the manner in which we've been doing things, I think we have to start to change. And of course, whenever there's a proposal of change, you'll get a little resistance here and there. We must be reminded why the other budget had to come back. Because of the due process, because of the fact that members of Parliament made amendments to the budget, and as such, those amendments could not be applied. That's why the budget had to come back and be redone, because it could not be done under the manner in which it was proposed. That was it. But I feel if we want to move forward and be more streamlined and more efficient, I think this is the process and the way that we should go. I know I come from the days when the Central Committee was a closed-door meeting, and we handled the budget in Central Committee as closed door, and then the public meeting was subsequently held after, where the budget was voted on. St. Maarten operated and thrived under that mechanism, to say the least. And you can also submit your, even in a CC, that is a public meeting, you can also submit your questions in writing if any member so chooses. So it isn't about necessarily talking, or maybe sometime for those who like to talk, it's about that. But I support this because I believe it streamlined the efficiency of government. And indeed, the budget is late, and I will impress upon the minister that, the next time around, that it's a little more on time. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. I now give the floor to MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, I'm starting to wonder what is actually happening, because the rules of order are clear. Article 95 states Parliament may decide at all times to deviate from these rules, provided that no one of the members is against the provided, and that the deviation is not in contravention of the character, the charter and constitution, or any other legal stipulation. So already clear that there's more than one member that is against the change. I don't see why we are still discussing this. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. MP Duran, you have something to add? You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Funny that MP La Cruz brought up the rules of order, because I was also looking in the meantime to see where it's allowed to vote in the rules of order in a central committee. I saw that when it pertains to travel, it's allowed, but I don't see where it pertains to decision making. So I would like some clarity from you in which article in the rules of order makes provisioning for us to vote on proposals outside of the openbare vergadering. Madam Chair, again, I started by mentioning, but I want to delve a bit deeper. We had an agreement in a faction leaders meeting. If this is the manner in which we're going to be moving forward, then I will then avoid certain meetings, because then it doesn't make sense, because we had a clear agreement in a faction leader meeting where a majority was there. Maybe not a majority of the coalition, so now it was a brainstorming session to see how they're going to reprogram and come back with it again. Again, I want to say for the record, Madam Chair, I believe this is a serious infringement on the rights of member of Parliament, and it's not allowing the public to be able to get a grasp as to what is taking place once we do it in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think MP Duran touched on what I touched on, because I also replied, I sent my own email to the faction leaders based on the information that MP Duran brought to me, and I wanted my personal individual point brought across, but I agree. I now can't trust that in a faction leaders meeting that a decision is made and then is not being held. So there's no accountability towards that. So for me, I can't tell my faction leaders to even attend any more faction leaders meetings because I can't trust any more decisions going forward inside of a faction leaders meeting. In addition to that, as was stated by other members in writing on the floor of Parliament prior, that the budget is the heaviest and probably the most important legislation that we have. So is it then the fact that we are going to continue this way for every single legislation going forward? Because it cannot be today is the budget, next week we're going to have a debate on the tourism tax, on the one for VSR. So what are we going to do? Every other legislation going forward would just be CC, and then we're going to have MPs twisting their tongue and say, oh no, but it was the budget was late, and then executive council days we did that. No, I want consistency. I agree. But it can't be that every month we're going to change. So yes, change could be consistent, but we can't change every month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Iran. Members of Parliament, I want to thank all of you for chiming in on this issue about how to further the budget, the draft budget 2026. Let me, MP Roseberg, I know you were not in your seat when you had wanted the floor, and that's why I'll interrupt myself and give you the floor. MP Roseberg. And I say that, MP Roseberg, just to say that after you, I'll continue with my remarks. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Seeing that the rules of order is mentioned, right, and a certain article is also mentioned, maybe it can also be clarified because it was just mentioned by my colleague, MP Myers, in how it used to be done back in the days. Now going over the rules of order, referring Article 95, if I'm not mistaken, I would like to know where exactly, if I missed it, it is mentioned that the CC is being done according to those rules as being mentioned in Article 95. Because if you're referring to Article 95, I also would like to know where in the same rules of order it is mentioned that it has to be done in that way. If you can clarify that for me as a chair, because I went over the same rules of order and I haven't seen that mentioned in that way. So if you're referring to the rules of order, and I'm not saying it to be pointing fingers, but I think we need to make sure that when we use certain articles, we clarify where other stuff in those articles are mentioned, because I haven't seen that. So as a chair, if you can clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to comment on the many issues that have been raised in the context of this discussion as to how to further the handling of the budget. First of all, we hear about matters such as we would not get the opportunity for clarification. A central committee meeting does not speak to or of clarifications. We need to carefully review the same rules of order we are talking about to see where the matters of and how the matters of a public meeting are regulated and how the matters of a central committee are regulated. So to even suggest that with this proposal we're seeking to circumvent the rules of order, absolutely not. So to the point that if we want to deviate from the rules of order, only if one member objects, then it cannot happen, so then we cannot deviate. There's absolutely no deviation in this proposal of going forward in handling the budget. Just like MP Iran took the opportunity, I guess by learning of the proposal, to give his individual opinion, all members outside the faction leaders meeting should have that opportunity. That's what we're doing today. The very faction leaders meeting to which we keep referring is one of the most informal settings of Parliament. So to refer to that and discussions and so-called decisions that are made, no, faction leaders do not make decisions. Proposals for handling an item can come from the chair, usually come from the chair, or any member can make the proposal for discussion. to suggest that the last issues or the issues we had with the budget 2025 was because we, whoever the we are, tried to fast track the budget is a total erroneous representation of the facts on the budget 2025. And I'm sure all members of parliament are quite aware of how that matter went. And it definitely was not from the side of parliament trying, so-called, to pass either a fastball or a fast track on the matter of the budget. The issue of government answers. Government doesn't answer, according to some members of parliament. And again, I am going to have our secretariat review where matters stand with the answering of members of parliament. However, the government answering the members, however, that does not prevent any member from taking those same questions that have, according to them, not been answered, and again, put them out there, put them to the public, call on the government again. All of those are possibilities for members to make sure that the issues that they raise remain for them on the front burner. So the matter of answers, when it comes to legislation, we must also recognize that unless the government responds to the questions posed, whether in writing or in a central committee regarding legislation, if the government does not answer those formally in a formal report, the continuation of the meeting can't take place in a public setting. The continuation of the topic can't take place. So if we don't get answers to our questions, whether in writing or in a central committee, if we don't get answers, we can't go public with the discussions on the budget. It's as simple as that. So to suggest that, yeah, but then when we're going to get the answers, that is not the way. If the government doesn't want it handled and they don't send the answer, Parliament would at least have done its job. And that was to put the questions to the government for them to answer. So again, I want to make it very clear. There's no deviation from the rules of order here, to start with. Secondly, faction leaders is one of the most informal settings. And why do we have discussions in faction leaders? And we need to understand where the issue of faction leaders meeting come from. We want to modernize and call it that, but that is not even what it is. It's not a meeting of faction leaders historically. That's not where that came from. It was about when important issues before the parliament can go public with issues. If the issues are so important, then in so-called a Senioren Convent, we will get together, the faction leaders and others would get together to discuss very, very important, urgent matters. And that transformed itself into having a meeting of faction leaders. So that was the issue on the faction leaders, the infringement, no rights are being infringed, the very questions that are being asked in writing or otherwise, members are free to publicize, dissect them, do whatever or in the best way they feel that these should be communicated to the people as it was referred to earlier. The matter or the question by MP Janssen, yes, the proposal was for us to come together on the first day, which is officially the first day of the recess of Parliament, the 6th of July, and ratify all of the questions that we would have received here, and then put the ball in the lap of the government as far as the budget 2026 is concerned, because then the government must answer. We can't handle the budget publicly unless that is complied with as well. So the answers are given. And so that is the intention of July 6th, ratify the questions. Just like we had earlier, for example, a member could say in that meeting, but this question here, could I clarify it a little more? And then, of course, because it's ratification of that report that we will be seeking on the 6th of July. That was the day that was proposed. And as I mentioned, and then it is in the government's lap. Then once they receive that from us following that ratification, it's in the government's lap to respond to. So I thought it was important because we have on this particular item, we have gone in many directions, and they have not been always truthfully reflected what the issues are, such as infringement on the rules of order and the rights of members of parliament. Absolutely not. Fast-tracking the budget 2025, that is also not accurate. And as I mentioned, the issue of how do we handle in a central committee. To the point of MP Irian, so what does this mean? For other legislation, MP Irian, it is the intention that we continue with the proposal of a differentiated legislative handling depending on the topic at hand. And it is not taken away, in this case of the budget, the importance of the budget itself. So having said that, and having heard all members of Parliament, I would ask if, now specifically in terms of dates, if members, after hearing the presentation of the Minister on the budget, if then after a few, if necessary, comments regarding matters raised in the presentation, we can establish that by the 2nd of July, members will have submitted all of the questions on the different ministries to the minister, or at least so that we can ratify them to send them to the minister / the government. That is the... I see that maybe I might have said something that a question is being asked, and I allow whether it's MP Janssen or MP Roseberg to ask the question. MP Roseberg, you were asking something?
Yes, Chair Lady, but I think it was a mistake. 2nd of July to Parliament, right? The questions?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay,
yes.
clear.
Submit them to Parliament,
yes,
so that we can, in Parliament, ratify them all the questions together on the 6th.
And is there a timeline for further, seeing that we approaching recess, to know and have take that in consideration with the future handling of the budget? If it will take place in recess, so that that can be arranged?
That is a very good question. And I think that once we get an indication from the government and the minister as to when they will be responding, and then we need to take into account that members would need the opportunity to review the answers that we got, and then we can decide when and how further. MP Duran, some brief comments? Yes, please.
Madam Chair, I heard your speech, your eloquent speech about not infringing on the rights of members of Parliament, but am I to understand if the Minister of Finance leaves out certain important points in the budget that I feel important, so that's subjective? I'm not allowed to ask a question about it. I'm only allowed to ask a question based on the presentation. And don't you see that as infringement on the rights of members of Parliament, Chair Lady? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP York?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, two things. As it pertains to transparency to the public, I understand the point that you made, and I don't want to go into semantics on that point of the answers are public and can be made public. But we all know that majority of the public don't read published things from Parliament. So this is de facto excluding those that normally would like to watch or listen to the proceedings. That is totally against what Parliament is here for, because we're here to represent the people, right? So how can we do things? We might as well do a closed door. Yeah. Then why we don't do a closed door? Because at the same time, right now, we're going to have to submit questions based on a presentation from the Minister of Finance, while I haven't seen a presentation from any other ministers as we normally would do. So must I understand that I must wait, or we must wait until the public meeting to where a minister would come with their presentation and then have a limited amount of time to ask detailed questions? Because the last time I remember, the CC, what was told to me and explained to me, was to get down to the nitty-gritty and ask detailed questions technical questions of the various ministries and topics. So am I to understand that in the limited time given during the public meeting, that we must then ask those questions based on the information we'll be then be receiving from the ministers. And as well, Madam Chair, this is also, as you mentioned many times, this is the highest house in the country. And repeatedly, the simple things we can't get right, meaning I don't know what I'm doing in the next 2 weeks because nothing is ever made clear in this house. A minister knows what they're doing from what they're not doing based on the schedule that they made for themselves. I don't know, Madam Chair, based on what you just said, I cannot conclude, hey, the public meeting will be held between this date and that date. No, it's still a wait and see to see what is going to happen based on whatever information is given. Madam Chair, why we just can't do the simple things and just have a proper plan? This is still ad hoc. We're going to see as we go. The budget is already late. Now we still have to wait and see. Madam Chair, in December, the majority of us is made to understand the budget is coming. Everybody sat down waiting. Everybody put aside their plans. Everybody did everything to remain on call for a budget that never came, an amendment that never came. Now you're asking us, of the minister, or whomever, the powers that be are asking us to do the exact same. Madam Chair, all I want to do is to know how to plan moving forward. And I can't plan day by day. Because now, again, we have to submit questions. I don't know to who, because the Minister of Finance is giving a presentation. I understand we could then ask questions about the Minister of Finance's presentation. But what about the rest? There are other ministers. So unless you're saying that, who the minister or yourself are saying that we can submit 2,000 questions, and based on those 2,000 questions, we can ask follow-ups during the public meeting. I don't think that I think that would be convoluting the whole process. So if you can give a bit more definition and a bit more clarity to how we're going to proceed, and not just we're going to wait and see how that goes. We've been, as MP Myers said, consistency includes change, but the one thing we should not be changing is how we plan. And we should be able to plan ahead and not plan reactively. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP York, and then I'll allow MP Lewis, actually the final comments from members, and because then we're going to have to decide how we're moving forward. So MP Lewis, I'll allow you to make your comments or give your comments. MP Lewis.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've listened to everyone and I'm a bit confused. Madam Chair, you mentioned that we are supposed to make comments or present questions based on a presentation that we haven't seen as yet, but we're still supposed to send in questions beforehand to the minister for answering. I do not know if I have it wrong, but I am confused. And secondly, Madam Chair, again, I will reiterate. For example, I send the Minister of Justice 50 questions sometime. I'm still waiting for answers, Madam Chair. I think the people's business should be taken serious and everybody should do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Lewis. Yeah, I think you misunderstood, MP Lewis. No, it was, let's back up. We have the minister here this morning. The minister have a general presentation to make about the budget 2026. If there's anything in that presentation, because I don't want to have a presentation made and then members are not even able to say to the minister, but minister, on sheet 3, you said that. Are you sure that's what it is? That kind of a commentary on the presentation. I didn't want to say, no, you have absolutely nothing to say. Minister, make a presentation. We close it off, and then we go until the second that you would then submit your questions in writing on the budget. Because what we are kind of overlooking, some of us at least, is that we have a 300+ page document for the budget, which includes the two primary parts of that document is the budget, the numbers in the budget, and the elucidation per ministry. So we don't need to have the minister come in here and read off that same elucidation that we all have, and that the public can access as well, because the budget is on the website of the Parliament of St. Maarten. So don't let us make it seem as if we're all sitting here in the dark regarding what is going to come in the budget. We have that document. We have the elucidation per ministry in that document of the budget. So just let's make sure that is clear. And yes, back to you, MP Lewis. Yeah, so you kind of misunderstood that it's the intention that we jump up and ask whatever clarifying questions without even hearing the presentation. Absolutely not. Those kind of queries would follow the minister's presentation. And so that's where that stands. And again, I want to reference not only the members, but also the general public about this document, the draft 2026 budget that we received from the government is publicly available with the elucidations per ministry. I have been a proponent, and I have discussed it in here. I have discussed it with the minister to have a more public-friendly budget. But in the meantime, we have publicly what the members of parliament have received. The MP Iran, I'm going to close this topic now and just go over and suggest that what we're going to do is we're going to allow the minister to make her introductory remarks, followed by a presentation on the budget, and then we will decide how we move forward from that. You will definitely be allowed to ask the minister matters pertaining to what was in the presentation and the oh, okay. I see I get a note here about MP Lewis asking about the submission of the questions. I thought I answered that, MP Lewis, that it's not that you... What questions do you guys want answered that haven't been answered? You're not hearing what you want to hear, clearly, but I'm telling you, these references about the rules of order and infringement and whatever have you, they're not correct, members. And questions about not having received answers from, for example, the Minister of Justice. If that is the case, it is unfortunate. It is not right. Questions by members of parliament need to be responded to by the government, but it does not take away from the fact that if the minister and the other ministers do not answer to the questions on the budget, we cannot handle the budget in a public session of parliament. It's as simple and clear, straightforward as that. What did you ask? I'll allow you to say what you asked about MP York, since you are the one there stating about not having received any answers. So you asked about the process. Okay, let me give you how I think it could work then, members, without taking it away from the ministry, how I would like to see it happen. Then let me tell you this. So if we follow that process of ratification of the questions from the members of parliament on the 6th of July, I would then want to give the government about 2 weeks to respond to all of those questions in writing, get that report, and then I would say, members, let us then get together in the 3rd week of July to start the public meetings of Parliament. And if all you could agree with that, then we're moving forward. So then, let's look at that. I am saying this without taking away anything from the government, because I have no idea what kind of questions are going to come and how long they would need. I would love them, the government that is, to take no more than 2 weeks before we get the report with the answers. And if that can be accomplished, then those members of parliament who are willing to meet in the recess, then let's do that, members. I'm available for one. Okay, cool. There we go. We got half of what we need to get a meeting going, 50% of the 8, and we're good to go. So with that in mind, and then we're going to have some pre-meetings as well, you know, to prepare well for the budget and so we'll be meeting during recess. There we go. Decided. Although we don't make those kind of decisions in Central Committee meeting. But in all seriousness, members, that could be a way, but I am running ahead of what the government is going to tell us the time they need for answering the questions. I see the support staff of the minister. I don't know whether the nodding is in agreement with yes, we could, or no, we can't. But in any case, I'm sure many persons are eagerly waiting to hear the presentation. By the way, the numbers of the budget, the general numbers, I don't know whether it was a conscious effort by the ministry to have that information provided publicly, but I do know that the budget and its numbers has already been in the public domain, so to speak. So with that statement, I think we can continue. And Minister, I want to thank you and your support staff for your indulgence, but at least it has given you a view as well as to how the members of parliament think about going forward with the handling of the budget. With that, I'm now going to give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Minister Marinka Gums, to make her presentation on the budget 2026. Minister, you have the floor. I heard that question in the background, and I would kindly ask the members, if you must mumble something, then at least do it very softly because it's coming through. And I did hear the question, if we are not going to deal with the proposal, I'll deal with that after the minister's presentation. Minister, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, Lady of Parliament, honorable members of Parliament, dedicated support staff, persons in the Tribune, radio listeners, and social media viewers, residents of our beloved Sint Maarten, all under the sound of my voice, good afternoon and blessed day to all. Before I begin my presentation, Madam Chair, I too wish to express on behalf of the government and the people of Sint Maarten our sincere condolences to the people of Venezuela following the devastating earthquakes that have claimed many lives and caused widespread destruction. Our thoughts and prayers are with all those affected, and we stand in solidarity with the people of Venezuela during this difficult time. Madam Chair, I come before you today to present the draft 2026 national budget for Sint Maarten. As Minister of Finance, it is my duty to present the financial roadmap for our country. But before we discuss the numbers, the policy priorities, and the economic outlook, permit me to first address the elephant in the room. This budget is being presented later than it should have been. I want to be clear. While this is not a new phenomenon, it is my intention that it will be the last time a national budget is presented this late under my leadership. For many years, across successive administrations, our budget cycle has been affected by structural and political challenges. Today, that cycle ends. I offer no excuses, nor do I seek to assign blame. I take full ownership of my role and responsibility as Minister of Finance, as well as my responsibility to strengthen the system that governs the preparation and submission of the national budget. The reality is that the system itself has not consistently supported timely delivery. Deadlines have proven difficult to maintain, responsibilities have not always been clearly enforced throughout the budget process, and accountability has not been strong enough to prevent delays from affecting the final outcome. Public frustration is justified, but so is optimism. A better way is possible, and that is precisely what this government has been working to achieve. The 2026 budget cycle was long and demanding, but it did not labor in vain. Throughout this process, we identified structural bottlenecks, strengthened coordination across government, and fundamentally changed the way the budget is prepared. The budget also marks an important milestone in another respect. I wish, as Minister of Finance, to acknowledge Member of Parliament Artwell Arian, under whose leadership the transition to policy-based budgeting was initiated during his tenure as Minister of Finance. That work laid out the foundation for the reforms we continue today. The budget before you is the first national budget prepared under the policy-based budgeting framework, representing an important step toward a budgeting process that more clearly links public spending to government's policy objectives and measurable results. The work is already yielding results. The 2027 budget process began months earlier than in previous years. Ministries have been engaged well in advance, and the necessary structures are now in place to support the timely preparation and submission of future budgets. This budget, therefore, represents more than the government's financial priorities. It reflects a government that is willing to learn from the past, correct what was not working, and build stronger institutions for the future. During the course of this budget presentation, I will also provide Parliament with an update on the progress of the 2027 national budget and the steps being taken to ensure its timely completion. Madam Chair, despite the delay in its arrival, the document before you represents a historic milestone for Sint Maarten. For the very first time in our nation's history, the national budget has been designed and organized around a policy-based budgeting approach. For years, traditional budgeting in Sint Maarten was a line item exercise. We came to Parliament and showed you what we were spending money on: salaries, office supplies, rent, utilities, etc. This year, we are fundamentally changing the conversation. We are no longer simply presenting expenditures. We are explaining why resources are being allocated, what concrete outcomes we expect to achieve for the people, and how every single guilder aligns with our strategic policy objectives. This is a massive leap forward for stronger governance by shifting from short-term spending to long-term planning. This approach similarly offers greater accountability as it gives Parliament the exact benchmarks needed to measure whether the government is actually delivering on its promises. Finally, policy-based budgeting allows for more transparent public finances by giving the public the opportunity to see a direct line between the taxes they pay and the societal improvements we achieve. In fact, Madam Chair, we are shifting the focus from inputs to impact. To understand our policy choices, we must look at our current economic reality. Sint Maarten's economy has shown resilience, but we remain highly vulnerable to external shocks, such as the war in Iran, and that has had a devastating effect on world oil prices, inflation, and climate realities. Our revenue projections are realistic. We are not banking on windfall formatting or burdening our citizens with higher tax rates. Instead, our focus is on widening the tax base, improving tax compliance, and modernizing our tax collection infrastructure. Madam Chair, let us look at the hard realities of the fiscal framework we are establishing. Compared to the 2025 framework, which saw 586 million Caribbean guilders in income and 577 million Caribbean guilders in expenditures, the 2026 budget reflects a significantly expanding financial framework. For 2026, we are projecting total revenues of $646 million and operating expenditures of $636 million. I am pleased to note that on an operational level, this is a balanced and healthy budget yielding an operational surplus of $11 million. This means we are meeting our day-to-day commitments with the money we bring in. However, governance requires vision. To truly build resilience, we have $164.6 million in capital investments allocated to the year 2026, while our total commitments across all frameworks reach $632 million. We are handling this transparently through targeted capital borrowing and investment tools, not by squeezing the taxpayer. We are borrowing strictly to build, not to cover operational waste. Allow me, Madam Chair, through you to guide Parliament through how this new policy-based approach translates into actual ministerial allocations and societal outcomes. Under our new policy-based approach, the consolidated ministerial budget of $608 million is distributed cleanly across our 7 ministries. We can now show Parliament exactly where the focus lies. Madam Chair, a budget is not just a spending plan. It is also a tool for national resilience. Under the policy-based framework, we are addressing structural weaknesses that have plagued our liquidity for years. We are continuing the roadmap to improve our financial management, aiming for an unqualified audit opinion from the General Audit Chamber in the coming years. For the first time, we are linking maintenance budgets to a comprehensive national asset inventory. We will no longer build things only to let them deteriorate due to a lack of planned maintenance. Our CapEx purse for 2026 is strictly reserved for projects that yield an economic or social return on investment. Madam Chair, an honest assessment of our public finances requires us to look directly at our national debt. Many of our citizens, and indeed members of this honorable body, rightly ask, are we borrowing ourselves into a corner? Can we afford our debt? Are we sinking in debt? Let the record show clearly, Madam Chair, that Sint Maarten's public debt ratio is projected to edge down slightly to 41% of GDP this year, compared to 43% in 2025. In international terms, and especially within the Caribbean region, a debt to GDP ratio under 45% is considered stable and highly manageable. However, predictability is not an excuse for complacency. Our debt is manageable today because we have maintained access to favorable financing and because our economy is continuing to grow at a projected 2.4 to 2.7%. But as the central bank, CBCS, recently warned, we are a small, open economy heavily exposed to external oil shocks, global inflation, and climate realities. If a major storm hits or global tourism dips, that 41% ratio can spike overnight. Therefore, this budget explicitly accounts for our debt servicing obligations. Every guilder of interest we owe on our capital investments loan has been accurately accounted for within our $636 million operational expenditure framework. We are fully compliant with the interest expense standard set by the Board of Financial Supervision, known as CFT. But here is where the policy-based budgeting approach changes the game. In the past, government borrowed money for capital projects, and those funds sat idle for years while we paid interest on money we weren't even using. The CFT has criticized Sint Maarten for this repeatedly. Under our new approach, we are tying our new $42 million investment loan to strict multi-annual project timelines. We are sending a clear message to our partners in the kingdom and to the Board of Financial Supervision. Sint Maarten is no longer borrowing to cover up operational inefficiencies. We are managing our debt with the discipline of a developing, mature state. We pay our bills, we service our debt, we borrow strictly to build a resilient future for our people. Madam Chair, we cannot talk about fiscal responsibility without confronting the most acute structural risk facing our people, our public finances today. The massive compounding deficits within our social health care funds managed by the SZV. Let us look at the raw reality. Year after year, our health care funds lose approximately 35 million guilders. For over a decade, we kicked this can down the road by covering those losses using the reserves of our National Pension Fund, the AOV. Today, the cumulative deficit has ballooned to 500 million guilders. This is an unsustainable situation. Within a few short years, those pension reserves will be entirely depleted. If we do not act immediately, we are not just risking the collapse of healthcare access, we are risking the collapse of the entire social safety net that our seniors rely on for their survival. The CFT has rightfully warned that there is no more time to lose, and under this administration, we are losing no more time. We're not using the 2026 budget to paper over these cracks with temporary financial band-aids. Instead, this policy-based budget lays the necessary groundwork for an aggressive, three-pronged structural reform. Number one, legislative reform. The Sustainable Affordable Access Healthcare Act, the so-called SAHA, formerly known as the General Health Insurance. The structural solution to stabilizing the SZV is the implementation of the SAHA framework. This reform will broaden the pool, streamline healthcare delivery, and significantly curb the annual operational losses. We are executing the necessary policy work and due diligence so that the comprehensive SAHA legislation can be ready for implementation as soon as possible. Number two, targeted revenue generation, the tourist levy. To ensure we have dedicated funds to support our social security system without overburdening local workers, this government is consciously working toward the introduction of a new tourist levy. Visitors who enjoy our island will directly contribute to maintaining the infrastructure and social guardrails that keep our society secure. And number three, systemic tax reform and compliance. We are working on reforming our tax system and updating our compliance models. By widening the tax base and increasing tax compliance, we will generate the domestic liquidity needed to cover these social security gaps sustainably, rather than continuously seeking emergency borrowing. Madam Chair, fixing a $500 million guilder historical problem cannot happen overnight. But by tying our financial strategy to realistic legislative deadlines and new revenue streams, this 2026 budget marks the exact moment we stop draining our seniors' pensions to hide our healthcare losses. We are choosing the path of structural survival. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to now direct Parliament's attention to a sector that has dominated the headlines and caused immense frustration for our citizens: the health of our state-owned enterprises. In its May 2026 assessment, the Board of Financial Supervision, CFT, highlighted a profound duality in Sint Maarten's government-owned companies. On one hand, our commercial gateways are thriving. Port Sint Maarten recorded a robust 2024 net result of $11.2 million and is steadily paying off its historical concession arrears to the government. Similarly, the Princess Juliana International Airport Operating Company generated a profit of 21.1 million guilders following the successful completion of the reconstruction of the terminal. These entities prove that when infrastructure is properly managed, our country excels. But on the other hand, the CFT has put a spotlight on the severe liquidity and operational pressures facing our domestic pillars, PSS, NVGEBE, and TALEM. Let us be completely transparent with the public. The CFT noted that these entities face severe limitations because, historically, the government of Sint Maarten lacked an active participation policy. For too long, the shareholders sat on the sidelines, treating these companies as independent fiefdoms rather than vital public utilities that require strict oversight, accountability, and long-term strategic alignment. This passive approach ends with this budget. We are addressing the acute risks to our public finances at these entities through a clear policy-driven strategy focused on two core areas. One, formalizing an active participations policy. Government is finalizing a comprehensive framework that outlines strict reporting mandates, standardized dividend policies, and unified corporate governance guidelines for all government-owned entities. As the shareholder, we will no longer just wait for annual accounts, some of which we have not received from some entities for some years. We are mandating quarterly financial reporting to catch liquidity dips before they become national emergencies. And number two, forging strategic restructuring agreements. We are actively engaging with the management and supervisory boards of TALEM and NVGEBE to execute binding agreements aimed at financial sustainability and market modernization. For TALEM, this means supporting their transition into a lean, digitally competitive telecom infrastructure. For NVGEBE, it means enforcing strict operational auditing, securing our power grid against systemic failures, and integrating renewable energy structures to lower generation costs. Madam Chair, we are not going to use the taxpayers' money to bail out bad management or reward corporate opacity. Our policy-based budget ensures that any future financial interactions between the government and these enterprises are tied to strict enforceable restructuring milestones. The days of passive government ownership are over. We are taking back our role as an active shareholder to protect the public's assets, stabilize our national grid, and secure our fiscal future. Madam Chair, I do not present this budget to Parliament as a perfect document, nor do I present it lightly given the days in its arrival or delays in its arrival, but I present it as an honest document. It is a document that acknowledges where we have fallen short in the past while boldly charting a new path for how public finances are managed in Sint Maarten. We have broken the cycle of simply copying and pasting the previous year's line items. We have brought meaning, discipline, and purpose back to the budget of our island. This policy-based budget gives Parliament the precise tools it needs to hold my ministry and all other ministries accountable. It tells you exactly what we plan to achieve and with the people's money. I look forward to a constructive debate. Let us engage in a dialogue that is not about political point scoring, but about refining our shared vision for a more transparent, accountable, and prosperous Sint Maarten. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity in allowing me to share these opening remarks. I would ask you for just a few minutes after to allow us to switch over into the actual presentation as we get into the meat of the budget debate discussion 2026.
Thank you, Minister, for your introductory presentation on the budget 2026. In fact, your request for a few minutes break, which I will allow, allows me to indicate that we will be having brief adjournments in the case like now. We will also be having other type of breaks. I don't want to call them specifically health breaks, but that's what they're coming down to. And, you know, going through the meetings and stuff like that, allowing whether we have ministers here with us, our staff especially, and of course the members to basically have the opportunity to, do more than just stretch your legs. So Minister, you allowed me to, it was a notice I wanted to give before, but given that, given your request, so we are now going to have an adjournment. This would just be for us to move over to your next presentation. Meeting is adjourned until 12:30. We got 4 minutes adjournment right now. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we had a brief adjournment for the Minister to move to her next presentation. However, and it's always when it comes to Central Committee rules, they are not as clear as public meeting rules, because right now, looking at the presence here, I can continue this Central Committee meeting if I have at least representatives of factions that would amount to a majority of the members. I see that that is not the case right now. I would like Minister to be able to continue. I know that the people are waiting to see this presentation already, but but I did get information that MP La Cruz would be here shortly, which in fact, while I'm speaking, he is walking in. So, and that will then assist us to continue with the meeting. Thank you very much, MP La Cruz. You did indicate that I must say here. Thank you, members. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting can continue. As I mentioned, the rules regarding Central Committee are a little more flexible than public meetings, but I still at least need representatives of sufficient factions to be representing a majority of members. We have that now. And Minister, I will invite you now to go over, and maybe in your introduction you can explain what this part is compared to what you had presented earlier. Minister of Finance, Minister Marinka Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. What I presented earlier was my opening remarks, just to get the gist of where we are for Budget 2026, not only acknowledging the elephant in the room that it was extremely late, and we are doing everything, and you would hear that in my presentation now, as we look forward to Budget 2027 as well. Right now, I'm actually going to go into the meat of Budget 2026. So with your indulgence, Madam Chair, honorable members of Parliament, I present the 2026 national budget today. I would like to focus on the policy choices, fiscal considerations, and priorities that underpin this budget. While the timing of its presentation has already been acknowledged, our responsibility now is to ensure that the country has a sound and credible financial framework to guide the remainder of the fiscal year. This budget reflects the government's commitment to maintaining fiscal discipline, strengthening public finances, and investing in the priorities that matter most to the people of Sint Maarten. It balances the need for responsible financial management with the continued delivery of essential public services and strategic investments that support our country's long-term developments. However, what has become increasingly clear is that our country finds itself caught in a cycle of constantly trying to catch up. By the time one budget process is nearing completion, attention has already shifted to a budget amendment, when in reality, we should be focused on preparing the budget for the following year. The result is that our limited technical and financial personnel are required to work on multiple budget exercises simultaneously, with each exercise directly impacting the other. It was for this reason that a conscious decision was taken not to pursue a budget amendment for 2025. While budget amendments serve as an important purpose, proceeding with one at that stage would have placed additional strain on our already limited resources and would have further delayed the preparation and submission of the 2026 budget and the budget of 2027. It is important to remember that a budget represents our financial plan and expectations for a given year. The financial statements, on the other hand, reflect the actual results achieved. The objective is not necessarily for the budget and the actual results to be identical, but rather for the actual results to remain within the approved budgetary framework. Too often, we find ourselves attempting to make the budget mirror the actual results. For example, if a ministry is budgeted to spend 50 million guilders, but ultimately spends 30 million guilders, the expenditure remains within the approved budget. Yet, there is often that need to amend the budget to reflect the lower amount. While there is certainly value in ensuring our budgets are as realistic as possible, budget amendments should primarily be used to address material changes, reallocate resources where necessary, or accommodate unforeseen circumstances rather than simply adjusting figures to match actual outcomes. In January 2026, and in keeping with the decision of the Kingdom Council of Ministers to prioritize the timely completion of the 2026 budget, the government made the deliberate decision to forego a 2025 budget amendment and instead direct all available efforts toward the preparation of the budget 2026. As we are on the topic of budget amendments, it is also important that we as government and parliament have a broader discussion on their purpose or its purpose and application going forward. Too often, amendments evolve into the presentation of what is effectively an entirely new budget, requiring significant administrative effort and diverting valuable resources from the preparation of future budgets. In my view, budget amendments should primarily serve as a mechanism to address material policy changes, unforeseen circumstances, new priorities, or necessary reallocations of funds. They should not become an exercise in continuously adjusting the budget to mirror actual results. A budget is, by its very nature, a financial plan and an estimate of what we expect to achieve during a given year. The actual results will always differ to some extent, and that in itself should not automatically necessitate an amendment. As we continue to strengthen our public financial management framework, I believe there is merit in jointly examining whether our current approach to budget amendments remains fit for purpose, or whether a more focused or efficient methodology can be adopted. Such a discussion would not only improve the budgeting process, but would also allow government to dedicate greater attention to timely budget preparation, execution, monitoring, and accountability. As a result, the same teams that had been addressing outstanding 2025 budget matters redirected their efforts to the development of the budget 2026. The draft budget was subsequently submitted to the Council of Advice in early May 2026. Following receipt of their advice, the necessary adjustments were made, and we are now able to present Budget 2026 to Parliament for consideration. Madam Chair, through you, while the timing of this budget is not what any of us would have preferred, there is nevertheless an important milestone, as I mentioned earlier, embedded within this document. For the first time in the history of St. Maarten, the national budget has been structured using a policy-based budgeting approach. This means that we are no longer focusing solely on how much money is being allocated. We are now also focusing on why those funds are being allocated, what objectives they are intended to achieve, and what results the people of St. Maarten can reasonably expect. In other words, this budget seeks to connect public spending with public outcomes. It is a significant step toward greater transparency, stronger accountability, and more effective governance. It allows Parliament and the public alike to better understand not only where public funds are being spent, but also how those expenditures contribute to the broader priorities and development goals of our country. This is not the end of the journey. It is the beginning of a new way of budgeting, one that I believe will strengthen financial management, improve policy execution, and ultimately deliver better results for the people of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, this slide provides a high-level overview of the 2026 budget and the country's overall financial outlook. For 2026, total revenues are projected at 647 million guilders, while total expenditures are budgeted at 636 million, resulting in a projected budget surplus of 11 million guilders. This positive outcome reflects our continued commitment to fiscal discipline, responsible financial management, and maintaining a balanced budget while addressing the needs of our people. I would also like to clarify a small discrepancy members may notice in the figures presented. In the detailed breakdown, total expenditures appear as 637 million instead of 636. Please note that this difference is solely due to rounding. When the individual expenditures categories are rounded separately, they sum to 637 million, whereas rounding the total expenditures figure as a whole results in 636 million. Compared to the 2025 budget, total revenues have increased by approximately 61 million guilders. This growth is primarily driven by stronger tax revenues, reflecting continued economic activity, as well as project-related grant funding received through programs such as the TWO. However, in the 2026 budget, revenue projections are based on the preliminary results for 2025 rather than the originally budgeted figures. The actual preliminary results are, preliminary figures as it pertains to revenues for 2025 are 565 million, resulting in a difference of 82 million guilders. Revenue has been calculated largely at a percentage of GDP, providing a consistent and macroeconomically aligned framework. However, certain revenue categories do not follow this approach. For example, license revenues are based on individual applications and approvals rather than broader economic indicators. Similarly, a significant portion of other revenue is derived from funding requests that have been submitted or are expected to be submitted, making it unsuitable for estimation using GDP percentages due to the absence of a direct correlation. The same principle applies to concession fees, which are determined by specific agreements between the government and government-owned entities, and therefore cannot be reliably linked to GDP-based calculations. On the expenditure side, the 2026 budget reflects an increase of approximately 58 million guilders when comparing to the 2025 budget. However, in comparison to the preliminary figures for 2025, which were 545 million, there is a difference of 92 million. The increase in budget is primarily driven by higher personnel costs and expenditures related to project implementation, particularly under third-party personnel. Due to the late approval of Budget 2025, several projects were delayed in 2025, causing underutilization of budget in 2025, mostly in the category of goods and services. Included within personnel costs is a 2.5% indexation for civil servants for the year 2026. Once the 2026 budget is approved, this adjustment will be paid retroactively to January 2026, ensuring that public servants receive the benefits that have been allocated to them. In addition, the 2026 budget provides for several existing vacancies. Filling these positions is essential as they are critical to supporting the ongoing reforms and ensuring their sustainable implementation. The increase in goods and services is largely attributable to operational expenditures connected to projects financed through the TWO. It is important to emphasize that these expenditures do not place additional pressure on the country's finances, as the corresponding revenues are also included within the budget. As such, these project-related activities have a neutral impact on the overall budget balance. Madam Chair, I now will explain a little bit more on the revenue per category for 2026. Tax revenues continue to form the foundation of the government's financial position. For 2026, tax revenues are projected at 478 million guilders, representing approximately 74% of total budgeted revenues. In the 2025 budget, tax revenues were initially estimated at 453 million. However, preliminary results for 2025 indicates a higher outturn of approximately 457 million. This corresponds to about 14.4% of GDP for that year. This ratio has been used as the basis for the projections for 2026. By applying the same percentage of GDP, tax revenues for 2026 has been estimated at 478 million guilders, ensuring consistency and alignment with underlying economic performance. The projected growth in tax revenues is driven primarily by wage tax and turnover tax collections, reflecting continued economic growth and increased economic activity. It also reflects the ongoing efforts of the Ministry of Finance to strengthen compliance, modernize tax administration, and improve revenue collection. Our objective remains clear: to ensure that everyone contributes fairly and that the tax burden is shared equitably across society. Other revenues are projected at 91 million and include approximately 69 million in project grants from TWO, BZK, and the Trust Fund. While these grants play an important role in supporting critical projects and reforms, it is important to recognize that they are project-specific and temporary in nature. As such, they should not be considered structural or recurring sources of revenue. This is reflected in the projections for 2027, where a decline in other revenues is anticipated. This decrease is primarily due to the uncertainty surrounding the continuation of programs such as the TWO, including whether the program will be extended and, if so, to what extent. Revenue from licenses is projected at 16 million compared to 24 million in 2025 budget. This decrease is primarily attributable to lower anticipated application volumes. We also see in the preliminary figures of 2025 that the revenue for licenses is anticipated to be 15 million guilders. Based on this, the 2026 amount has also been adjusted. Meanwhile, fees and concessions remain relatively stable and are expected to contribute approximately 62 million to government revenues. Overall, the 2026 budget reflects a stable and prudent financial outlook. It demonstrates that Sint Maarten continues to move in the right direction with growing revenues, controlled expenditures, and a positive budget balance. More importantly, it reflects our commitment to maintaining sound public finances while continuing to invest in the priorities that matter most to the people of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, turning now to expenditures, total budgeted expenditures for 2026 amount to 636 million, representing an increase compared to the previous year of 58 million compared to budget 2025 that had total expenditures of 577 million. This increase is driven primarily by two factors. The first is personnel costs, which increased by approximately 21 million. This reflects the government's continued efforts to strengthen the public service by filling long vacant positions across various ministries and departments. It also includes a 2.5% salary indexation for civil servants and the addition of personnel connected to projects financed through the TWO and the Trust Fund. These investments are intended to improve the government's capacity to deliver services, execute projects, and meet the growing demands of our community. The second major driver is spending on goods and services, which increases by approximately 39 million. The majority of this increase is directly linked to activities financed through the TWO program and other externally funded projects. It is important to note that these expenditures are accompanied by corresponding revenues and therefore do not place additional pressure on the country's budget balance. Besides these two primary drivers, we also have some small decreases in, for example, subsidies. Furthermore, these expenditures should largely be viewed as temporary in nature. Based on the current planning, the TWO is scheduled to conclude during the first quarter of 2027, at which point many of these associated expenditures are expected to decline significantly. While discussions are ongoing regarding a possible extension of the program, no such extension has been incorporated into the 2026 budget, ensuring that the figures presented remain prudent and realistic. When compared to the preliminary figures of 2025 of 545 million. Expenditures show an increase of approximately 92 million. The differences are largely driven by the same expenditure categories, particularly personnel costs and project-related expenses. Recruitment remains a key challenge across all ministries, as attracting and retaining qualified personnel continues to be difficult. Despite these challenges, the government remains actively engaged in efforts to fill critical vacancies in order to safeguard the continuity and quality of public services. Outside of these categories, expenditures remain relatively stable and do not reflect any significant increases. However, there is one area that requires our continued attention, namely interest expenses. While current interest costs remain manageable, they are expected to increase over time as existing debt obligations are refinanced and as the government seeks financing for critical investments and development priorities. Madam Chair, fiscal discipline is not only about balancing today's budget, it is also about making strategic decisions that protect future generations from unsustainable debt burden while creating opportunities for sustainable growth and resilience. As such, this government remains committed to prudent borrowing, responsible expenditure management, and safeguarding the long-term financial health of St. Maarten. Madam Chair, I would like to briefly pause to reflect on how the year has actually begun. As members might rightfully ask us to demonstrate how the actual results compared with the budget so far, as a test of how realistic the figures before you truly are. Based on provisional figures, the results for the first quarter of 2026 amounts to a surplus of 39 million guilders. This is a 36 million more favorable than projected in the draft 2026 budget. This positive variance is explained by approximately 9 million in additional revenues and 27 million in lower than budgeted expenditures. When compared to the budgeted figures for 2026, the preliminary result is therefore significantly more favorable, reinforcing confidence in our fiscal position. We do expect this to even out during the year, as we always see a peak in the first and fourth quarter of the year. But it does not, my apologies, but it does show that what is being presented currently is not overstated and that the budget presented today is a realistic budget. My apologies. The lower expenditure levels are mainly attributable to reduced personnel costs and lower spending on goods and services. The variance in personnel costs is largely due to outstanding indexation that has not yet been applied. Meanwhile, the lower spending on goods and services is primarily related to project execution under the TWO and trust fund programs. While an increase is anticipated over the remainder of the year, it is not expected to surpass the levels outlined in the approved budget. Notably, even if first quarter expenses had materialized as budgeted, a surplus of approximately 12 million would still have been recorded, reflecting 171 million in revenue versus 159 million in budgeted expenses. Madam Chair, I share these early figures because they speak directly to the realism of this budget. A first quarter surplus that is consistent with last year's performance, combined with both revenues and expenditures moving in clearly explainable directions, gives me confidence that the assumptions underlying the 2026 budget are sound. When comparing the Q1 2026 performance to the same period last year, the overall surplus remains in line. Total revenues increased by 8.8 million, mainly driven by a strong rise in tax income of 29.8 million. This positive development was partly offset by a decrease in other income of 20.9 million. On the cost side, total expenses grew by 7.3 million. This increase was largely due to higher payroll expenses, which rose by 6.1 million, reflecting increased staffing costs and related expenditures. Despite higher revenues and expenses, overall profitability remained stable, resulting in a surplus comparable to Q1 2025. Madam Chair, this slide provides an overview of how government's expenditures are distributed across the various ministries, and more importantly, where the country's financial resources are being directed. The three largest spending ministries together account for approximately 58% of total government expenditure, reflecting the critical services they provide to the people of Sint Maarten. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport remains the largest spending ministry with a budget allocation of approximately 126 million guilders, representing 21% of total government expenditure. A significant portion of this allocation is dedicated to education subsidies and educational services. This reflects government's continued commitment to investing in our people, recognizing that education remains one of the most important investments we can make in the future development and competitiveness of our country. The Ministry of Justice follows with a budget of approximately 114 million guilders, representing 19% of the total expenditure. The majority of these costs are personnel related, reflecting the labor-intensive nature of law enforcement, border protection, public safety, and the administration of justice. Looking ahead, the anticipated opening of the new prison facility in 2027 is expected to further increase personnel expenditures by approximately 3 million guilders, highlighting the ongoing investments required to strengthening public safety and the justice chain. The Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor accounts for approximately 109 million guilders, or 18% of total expenditure. This ministry is responsible for many of the programs and services that directly impact the well-being of our people, including healthcare and social assistance. As mentioned earlier, demographic developments, particularly an aging population, are expected to place increasing pressure on these services in the years ahead, making this an area that will continue to require careful planning and policy attention. Madam Chair, the Ministries of Finance and General Affairs each account for approximately 15% of total government expenditure. The Ministry of Finance expenditures are primarily driven by personnel costs, interest expenses, and depreciation, which together account for approximately 74% of the ministry's budget. Unlike many other ministries, the Ministry of Finance carries a number of central financial obligations that support the functioning and financial management of the country as a whole. Similarly, the Ministry of General Affairs performs a central support function across government. Its expenditures consist largely of personnel costs and operational expenses such as rent, insurance, and other services that facilitate the functioning of the wider government apparatus. While these expenditures may not always be visible to the public, they are essential to ensuring the effective operation of government as a whole. The Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunication, and the Ministry of Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment, and Infrastructure each account for approximately 6% of total expenditures. These ministries play a vital role in supporting economic development, infrastructure, public works, transportation, and environmental management, all of which are fundamental to the continued growth and sustainability of Sint Maarten. What this distribution ultimately demonstrates is that the majority of government spending continues to be directed toward the core functions of government: educating our people, maintaining public safety, protecting our most vulnerable citizens, and ensuring that the institutions of government have the resources necessary to serve the country effectively. Madam Chair, this slide presents the multi-year outlook of the country's finances and provides a view of where we expect our fiscal position to be over the next 4 years. The projections demonstrate a stable and sustainable financial outlook, with government continuing to project positive budget results throughout the forecast period. While the projected surpluses are modest, they are nevertheless important as they reflect our commitment to maintaining fiscal discipline, preserving financial stability, and creating room to address future challenges and opportunities. It is important to note that these projections are based on conservative assumptions. In fact, there are several potential revenue-generating initiatives currently being explored by government that have not yet been incorporated into these figures. Until there is greater certainty regarding their implementation and timing, it would not be prudent to include them in our projections. As those initiatives materialize and become more concrete, they will be reflected in future budgets and financial forecasts. For now, the ministry maintains the position that it is always more prudent to adjust revenues upward when necessary and align expenditures accordingly rather than the reverse. It is significantly easier to accommodate additional revenues and expand expenditure plans than it is to reduce expenditures after they have been included in the budget. By the time amendments are made, many expenditures may already have been committed based on the approved budget, making reductions both complex and disruptive. The approach of the ministry, therefore, supports more responsible and realistic fiscal planning with an emphasis on responsible. Madam Chair, based on the conservative approach for 2026, government projects a budget surplus of approximately 11 million based on revenues of 647 million and expenditures of 636 million. For 2027, a surplus of approximately 8 million is projected with revenues of 642 million and expenditures of 634 million. In 2028, the projected surplus increases to approximately 15 million based on revenues of 639 million and expenditures of 624 million. And by 2029, the projected surplus reaches approximately 17 million with revenues of 657 million and expenditures of 640 million. Taken together, these figures demonstrate that government expects to maintain balanced finances while continuing to provide essential public services and invest in the country's development priorities. Members may observe a decline in both revenues and expenditures beginning in 2027. This is not a result of an anticipated economic slowdown, but rather the consequence of prudent budgeting assumptions based on the conservative approach. At present, the projections do not include funding associated with the TWO projects beyond the first quarter of 2027. The current arrangements under the underlying regeling are scheduled to continue until the first quarter of 2027. Discussions regarding a possible extension are ongoing. However, until a formal decision has been taken and the scope of any extension is clearly defined, it would be premature to include such funding in our financial projections. Should an extension be agreed upon, both the corresponding revenues and expenditures will be incorporated into future budget updates and projections. This approach ensures that the figures presented today are realistic, transparent, and based on confirmed information rather than assumptions. Madam Chair, what these projections ultimately demonstrate is that Sint Maarten's financial outlook remains stable. They reflect a government that is committed to responsible budgeting, careful planning, and maintaining healthy public finances, while at the same time creating the conditions necessary for continued economic growth and national development. Our objective is not merely to achieve a surplus on paper. Our objective is to build a financially resilient country that is capable of meeting today's obligations while preparing for tomorrow's opportunities and challenges. Before turning to our policy priorities, I would like to briefly take you on one level deeper into the outlook for the 2027 budget, which will soon be presented to Parliament, as we recently took another important step forward in strengthening Sint Maarten's public finances. I am pleased to share with Parliament that as of yesterday, June 25th, 2026, the Council of Ministers has also approved the Budget 2027, which has since been submitted to the CFT and the Department of Legal Affairs for further review, of which any comments will be incorporated in the Budget 2027. To then be proceeded to the Council of Advice. The aim is to have Budget 2027 submitted to Parliament the second Tuesday of September 2026, specifically September 8th, 2026, which is in accordance with the improvement plan for the Budget 2027. This is no small achievement, particularly in light of the long-standing delays that have historically characterized our budgetary process. It reflects this government's commitment to restoring greater timelines, discipline, and predictability to the public finance cycle. As for the outlook for 2027, total revenues are projected at approximately $670 million, representing an increase of about $23 million compared to 2026. These projections are based on the same methodology used for the 2026 budget, whereby certain revenue categories are calculated as a percentage of GDP, while others are estimated using a prudent approach until greater certainty is obtained for inclusion in the budget. Total expenditures are projected at approximately $662 million, an increase of about $26 million, resulting in a projected surplus of $8 million. Madam Chair, as you can see, there is a difference in both expenditures and revenues when compared to the multi-annual outlook currently presented in the 2026 budget. The variance is mainly based on updated information received from the ministries during the 2027 budget preparation process, particularly regarding funding from the TWO and the trust fund. As a result, both expenditures and revenues have increased by approximately $23 million. These increases largely offset each other, resulting in no material impact on the overall financial position. Consequently, the projected surplus remains unchanged. Breaking revenues down by economic category, taxes remain the foundation of our revenue base, projected at $497 million, or approximately 74% of total revenue. Vergunningen or licenses are projected at $25 million, fees and concessions $65 million, and other revenues, including project contributions, $84 million. Madam Chair, I would like again to reiterate that these projections do not include any new revenue-enhancing measures. In particularly, the planned introduction of a tourist tax, estimated at approximately $18 million, has deliberately been excluded, as the enabling legislation has not yet completed its passage through Parliament. Once this process is concluded and there is greater certainty regarding its implementation, this measure will be incorporated into future budget amendments. Secondly, our tax to GDP ratio is projected to remain stable at approximately 14.2% through 2029. This provides confidence that the projected growth in tax revenues, driven primarily by wage tax and turnover tax, reflects underlying economic growth rather than one-off effects. Thirdly, members will note that contributions linked to TWO decline in 2027. As mentioned earlier, the TWO program is currently expected to run only through the first quarter of 2027, with no extension incorporated into these projections. Should such an extension be agreed upon, the corresponding revenues and expenditures will be reflected in future budget updates. Taken together, Madam Chair, this additional detail on 2027 reinforces the broader message of the multi-year outlook. Our projections are prudent, and our revenue growth is structural rather than incidental. Any additional measures currently under consideration will only be incorporated into the budget once they are fully confirmed. This also further demonstrates the consistency in the methodology used for calculating both expenditures and revenues. The same approach has been applied across both budgets, reinforcing the reliability and comparability of the figures. Madam Chair, one of the key elements of our transition to policy-based budgeting is ensuring that the allocation of resources is directly linked with the policy objectives we seek to achieve as a government. This process has already begun and will continue to be strengthened in the years ahead, allowing us to link funding more transparently and effectively to measurable outcomes. The strategic priorities reflected in this budget are not developed in isolation. They are linked as much as possible with the National Development Vision 2020 to 2030 and the Government Program 2025 to 2028, ensuring that our financial resources are directed toward the long-term development of Sint Maarten and the priorities identified by this government. The Ministry of General Affairs will focus on strengthening governance, improving the coordination of public service, advancing digital government initiatives, managing our external relations, and enhancing national resilience. These priorities are aimed at creating a more responsive, efficient, and future-ready public sector. The Ministry of Finance will continue to focus on maintaining fiscal stability, modernizing and reforming the tax administration, strengthening financial sector oversight, and improving public financial management. These efforts are essential to ensuring that government remains financially sustainable and capable of delivering on its commitments to the people of Sint Maarten. The Ministry of Justice will concentrate on strengthening public safety, enhancing law enforcement, and safeguarding the rule of law. Particular attention will be given to preparations for the new prison facility, which is expected to become operational in 2027 as part of the broader effort to modernize and strengthen the justice chain. The Ministry of Education, Culture, Youth, and Sport will continue investing in our greatest asset, our people. Priorities include improving the quality of education, advancing human capital development, empowering our youth, and strengthening cultural and sports infrastructure. These investments are critical to preparing future generations for the opportunities and challenges ahead. The Ministry of Public Health, Social Development, and Labor will focus on healthcare, social protection, labor market development, and reforms aimed at ensuring the long-term sustainability of our healthcare system. As our population continues to evolve, these areas will remain central to protecting the well-being of our citizens. The Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport, and Telecommunication will concentrate on economic diversification, strengthening our tourism product, enhancing consumer protection, improving the use of data in decision-making, and accelerating the adoption of digital solutions. These efforts are intended to support a more competitive and resilient economy. The Ministry of Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment, and Infrastructure will focus on addressing some of the country's most pressing development challenges, including spatial planning, infrastructure modernization, increasing the housing capacity and supply, and strengthening environmental protection. These initiatives are critical to ensuring sustainable growth and improving the quality of life throughout Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, while each ministry has its own specific responsibilities and objectives, it is important to recognize that all of these priorities are interconnected. Strong governance supports economic growth. Sound public finances create opportunities for investment. Quality education strengthens our workforce. Public safety promotes stability. Sustainable healthcare protects our people. Modern infrastructure and responsible spatial planning create the foundation for future development. Together, these policy intentions represent more than a collection of ministry objectives. They represent a coordinated vision for the future of Sint Maarten, one that seeks to build a stronger economy, a more effective government, and a better quality of life for all who call this country home. Madam Chair, this slide provides an overview of the country's debt position and liquidity outlook for 2026, both of which are critical indicators of our overall financial health and fiscal resilience. As of January 2026, Sint Maarten's public debt stood at approximately 1 billion guilders. During the year, government anticipates securing a new capital loan of approximately 42 million at an interest rate of 3.5%, which scheduled repayments are expected to amount to approximately 16.9 million. As a result, total public debt is projected to increase to approximately 1.047 billion by the end of 2026. On pages 44 and 45 of the Catalan book, the investments for the year 2026 are presented, of which, among others, the Clem La Vega Square, the Flagpole Project, the system for the tourist tax, and agriculture, livestock, and fisheries agencies are listed. While debt often carries a negative connotation, it is important to recognize that responsible borrowing remains an important tool for national development. Investments in critical infrastructure, public facilities, and economic development projects often require financing that extends beyond a single budget year. The key is ensuring that borrowing remains affordable, sustainable, and directed toward investments that create long-term value for the country. In that regard, I remain committed to pursuing innovative financing solutions, including debt swap initiatives. Such arrangements provide an opportunity to redirect resources that would otherwise be utilized solely for debt servicing towards strategic national investments, including sustainability initiatives, renewable energy projects, climate resilient measures, and other development priorities that generate long-term benefits for the people of Sint Maarten. Based on the estimates from the Central Bank, Sint Maarten's debt to GDP ratio currently stands at 41%. By international standards, this remains a manageable level and indicates that the country's debt position is presently sustainable. However, Madam Chair, these figures should also be viewed within the proper context. For much of the past decade, Sint Maarten has made limited use of borrowing for capital investments. While this has contributed to maintaining a relatively moderate debt ratio, it has also resulted in a growing backlog of infrastructure and investment needs that must eventually be addressed. It is also important to note that the public debt figures presented do not include approximately 143 million in short-term obligations. While separate from the long-term debt portfolio, these obligations nevertheless place demands on the country's financial resources and underscore the importance of prudent financial management. For this reason, the question before us is not simply whether we borrow. The more important question is how we borrow, what we borrow for, and whether those investments create tangible economic and social returns for our people. Madam Chair, equally important is the country's liquidity position. Current projections indicate that free liquidity at the end of 2026 will amount to approximately 5 million guilders. While government is expected to meet its financial obligations, this level of liquidity leaves very limited room to absorb unforeseen circumstances or events, respond to emergencies, or manage unexpected disruptions. A liquidity position of this nature requires government to maintain strict cash flow management and exercise careful expenditure prioritization throughout the year. It also limits our ability to build reserves, which are essential for strengthening the country's financial resilience and preparedness. Furthermore, a narrow liquidity buffer reduces flexibility in policy implementation. Our significant delay in revenue collection, unexpected expenditure, or external economic shock can quickly place additional pressure on government's available resources. This is precisely why compliance remains one of my highest priorities as Minister of Finance. Every tax obligation paid on time, every fee collected when due, and every outstanding receivable recovered contributes directly to strengthening this country's liquidity position. Compliance is therefore not merely a matter of enforcement. It is fundamental to government's ability to meet its obligations, provide public services, and maintain financial stability. Madam Chair, these figures serve as an important reminder that strong public finances are not measured solely by the size of a budget surplus. They are also measured by our ability to manage debt responsibly, maintain adequate liquidity, respond to unforeseen events, and invest strategically in the future of our country. This government, therefore, remains committed to prudent borrowing, sound financial management, strengthened compliance, and the pursuit of innovative financing mechanisms that support both fiscal sustainability and the long-term development of Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, this slide provides an overview of the performance of several of our government-owned companies and institutions. These entities play a critical role in supporting economic activity, delivering essential services, and contributing to the country's overall development. I am pleased to note that several entities continue to perform well and make meaningful contributions to the economy. Among these are PJIAE, Winair, and Port Sint Maarten. These positive performance reflects the resilience of key sectors such as aviation, tourism, and maritime services, all of which remain important pillars of our economy. Their continued success not only strengthens economic activity, but also supports employment, connectivity, and broader national development. Madam Chair, while there are positive developments to highlight, there are also entities that require continued attention and decisive action. One such entity is NVGEBE, which remains a significant concern from both an operational and governance perspective. The absence of audited financial statements since 2021 is not a matter that should be taken lightly. Financial reporting and accountability are fundamental principles of good governance, and restoring transparency within the organization remains a priority. In addition, GEBE has faced a series of operational challenges in recent years. The cyber incident of 2022 severely disrupted billing operations and negatively impacted revenue collection. More recently, engine failures and ongoing generator challenges have affected the reliability of service delivery, resulting in frequent outages that have impacted residents, businesses, and public confidence. Recognizing the importance of maintaining continuity of essential services, government provided emergency financial support in the amount of $75.6 million in 2024, which was intended to help stabilize operations. However, it is clear that long-term sustainability will require continued reforms, strengthened governance, improved operational efficiency, and enhanced oversight. Madam Chair, although government guaranteed the financial obligation for the payments to the former employees of TELEM for an amount of $3.5 million, TELEM requires careful monitoring. While the company continues to operate and provide essential telecommunication services, challenges remain regarding its long-term competitiveness and financial sustainability in a rapidly evolving technological environment. The telecommunications sector continues to change at an unprecedented pace, requiring significant investments, innovation, and strategic positioning. As shareholder, government must remain vigilant and ensure that the necessary strategic decisions are taken to safeguard the company's future and minimize any potential fiscal risks to the country. With respect to PSS, the challenges are well known. The company continues to depend on government support to sustain its operations, raising legitimate questions regarding its long-term sustainability. As technology, communication methods, and consumer behavior continue to evolve, it is important that we assess whether the current business model remains fit for purpose and capable of meeting future demands. This is a discussion that must involve not only government, but also Parliament and other stakeholders as we collectively determine the most sustainable path forward for this institution. Madam Chair, it is also noteworthy to mention that as a shareholder, government must not only concern itself with governance, oversight, and operational performance, but also with ensuring that government-owned entities contribute appropriately to the country's financial position where circumstances permit. To that end, the development of the dividend policies for government-owned entities is currently underway. The objective is to establish a clear, transparent, and consistent framework that provides certainty to both government and the entities regarding dividend expectations, while at the same time safeguarding the investment needs, operational requirements, and long-term sustainability of each entity. A well-defined dividend policy will allow government to strike the appropriate balance between reinvesting in the continued growth and the development of these entities and ensuring that profitable entities provide a reasonable return to the shareholder, namely the people of Sint Maarten. Such a framework will further strengthen governance, accountability, and long-term financial planning across the portfolio of government-owned companies. Madam Chair, the reality is that government-owned companies are not merely assets on paper. They provide critical services to our people, support economic activity, and in some cases carry significant fiscal implications for government. For that reason, this government remains committed to strengthening governance, improving accountability, enhancing oversight, and ensuring that our entities are positioned to operate in a sustainable and financially responsible manner. Strong institutions ultimately contribute to a stronger economy, better public services, and greater confidence in government as a whole. The government faces several key fiscal and economic risks of varying severity. Madam Chair, high risks. No discussion of the country's financial outlook will be complete without acknowledging the risks that have the potential to significantly impact our fiscal position. One of the most significant risks facing Sint Maarten remains our vulnerability to hurricanes and other natural disasters. As a small island development state, we remain exposed to events that can have immediate and far-reaching consequences for our economy, infrastructure, and public finances. The risk is compounded by the fact that projected free liquidity at the end of 2026 amounts to only approximately 5 million guilders. While government remains capable of meeting its current obligations, such a limited liquidity buffer provides little room to absorb the financial impact of a major disaster. At an event comparable to Hurricane Irma in 2017 would place extraordinary pressure on public finances and would likely require substantial external financial assistance and emergency borrowing beyond the country's existing financial capacity. It is for this reason that government continues to place significant emphasis on disaster preparedness and financial resilience. In this regard, important work is currently underway through the Sustaining Program Effectiveness and Advancing Resilience Project, the so-called SPARE project, to establish a disaster risk fund. This initiative forms part of a broader strategy aimed at strengthening Sint Maarten's ability to prepare for, respond to, and recover from future natural disasters. On May 13, 2026, the Disaster Risk Fund Roadmap was officially launched, marking an important milestone in the development of a more resilient financial framework for the country. The establishment of such a fund is intended to reduce the financial shock associated with future disasters and lessen the country's dependence on emergency financing following a major event. Madam Chair, another significant risk facing the country is the long-term sustainability of our healthcare financing system. The healthcare fund is currently experiencing an annual deficit of approximately 50 million guilders. If left unaddressed, the structural imbalance could gradually erode available services and place increasing pressure on government finances in the years ahead. While the effects of this challenge may not be immediately visible, the reality is that healthcare financing represents one of the most significant long-term fiscal risks facing Sint Maarten. Demographic trends, including an aging population and increasing healthcare costs, will only intensify these pressures if corrective measures are not implemented. For this reason, government continues to examine reforms and policy measures aimed at safeguarding the sustainability of our healthcare system while ensuring that quality healthcare remains accessible to our people. Addressing this challenge requires difficult but necessary discussions, as the long-term stability of the healthcare fund is critical not only to public health, but also to the country's broader financial sustainability. The Ministry of Public Health, Social Development and Labor is working the Sustainable Affordable Access Healthcare Act, the so-called SAHA. Madam Chair, these risks serve as an important reminder that the fiscal management is not solely about balancing the budget for the coming year. It is equally about identifying future vulnerabilities, strengthening our resilience, and ensuring that Sint Maarten is better prepared to withstand both economic and natural shocks. As government, our responsibility is not only to manage today's finances, but also to protect the country's future. That is why we continue to focus on building stronger institutions, improving financing of financial resilience, and addressing structural challenges before they become crisis. Medium risks. Madam Chair, in addition to the immediate fiscal challenges before us, there are several long-term structural developments that warrant our attention. One such development is the changing demographic profile of our population. Like many countries around the world, Sint Maarten is experiencing an aging population. The proportion of residents aged 65 and older has increased significantly, rising from approximately 5% in 2011 to 13% in 2022. While this reflects positive developments such as increased life expectancy, it also represents important policy and fiscal challenges. As our population ages, demand for healthcare services, elderly care, and social support programs will continue to grow. At the same time, expenditures related to the General Old Age Pension Fund, commonly referred to as AOV, are expected to increase. These developments will place additional pressure on both public finances and our social security systems, making long-term planning and reform increasingly important. Madam Chair, a second area of vulnerability is the structure of our economy itself. Sint Maarten's economy remains heavily dependent on tourism, which has served us well and continues to be the primary driver of economic activity. However, this reliance also exposes us to external factors that are largely beyond our control. Changes in airline capacity, fluctuations in fuel and energy prices, geopolitical developments, natural disasters, and global economic downturns can all have a direct impact on visitor arrivals, consumer spending, economic growth, and ultimately government's revenues. For this reason, government continues to emphasize the importance of economic diversification and the development of additional economic pillars that can strengthen resilience and reduce our exposure to external shocks. Madam Chair, another area requiring continued attention is the financial position of certain government-owned entities. While many of our entities continue to perform well, others present potential fiscal risk to government due to their strategic importance and the essential services they provide. Entities such as GEBE, TELEM, and PSS continue to require close monitoring from both a governance and financial perspective. In particular, the absence of audited financial statements for GBE remains a matter of concern. Without up-to-date audited financial information, it becomes significantly more difficult to fully assess the government's financial position, quantify potential risk, and make informed decisions regarding future policy interventions. This underscores the importance of strong governance, timely financial reporting, effective oversight, and accountability across all government-owned entities. These are not merely corporate governance issues. They are matters that have direct implications for the country's financial stability and the protection of public resources. Madam Chair, taken together, these challenges highlight the importance of looking beyond the current budget year. Demographic shifts, economic vulnerability, and risks within government-owned entities are all factors that have the potential to shape Sint Maarten's financial future. Our responsibility as government is therefore not only to manage today's finances, but to anticipate tomorrow's challenges and take the necessary steps today to ensure that our country remains financially resilient, economically competitive, and socially sustainable for generations to come. Low risk. Madam Chair, while nominal economic growth continues to benefit from inflationary effects, real economic growth is projected to remain relatively modest at approximately 2%. This underscores the importance of pursuing structural reforms and productivity-enhancing initiatives that can support sustainable economic expansion over the long term. Sustainable growth cannot rely solely on price increases or inflationary pressures. It must be driven by increased productivity, innovation, investment, workforce development, and greater economic diversification. Strengthening these foundations will be critical to expanding the country's revenue base, enhancing competitiveness, and improving economic resilience. It is also important to recognize that the economic projections contained within this budget are subject to external developments that remain largely beyond our control. The current geopolitical environment, including ongoing international conflicts, trade uncertainties, supply chain disruptions, and fluctuations in energy markets may influence both economic growth and inflation during 2026. As a small, open economy that is heavily dependent on imports and tourism, Sint Maarten remains particularly vulnerable to global developments. For that reason, government will continue to closely monitor international economic conditions and where necessary, adjust its policies to safeguard economic stability and protect the country's financial position. Madam Chair, this brings me to the conclusion of my presentation on the 2026 national budget. While this budget comes before Parliament later than any of us would have desired, it nevertheless represents an important step forward. It reflects our commitment to fiscal responsibility, prudent financial management, and for the first time, a policy-based approach that seeks to link public spending directly to the outcomes we wish to achieve as a country. The Budget 2026 is more than a financial document. It is a reflection of our priorities, our challenges, and our ambitions for Sint Maarten. It demonstrates our continued commitment to maintaining sound public finances while investing in the people, institutions, and infrastructures that will shape our future. At the same time, it is clear that significant work remains ahead of us. We must continue strengthening our public finances, modernizing our institutions, addressing structural challenges, improving compliance, and building a more resilient economy capable of withstanding future shocks. I am confident that through continued collaboration between government and Parliament, we can achieve these objectives and ensure that the decisions we make today contribute to a stronger and more sustainable Sint Maarten for future generations. Madam Chair, I wish to thank the members of Parliament for their attention and consideration of the 2026 budget. I also extend my appreciation to the many civil servants, financial professionals, and stakeholders whose hard work and dedication contributed to the preparation of this budget. I now look forward to the deliberations and to responding to any questions the honourable members of Parliament may have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance, I want to thank you for that elaborate presentation on the budget 2026. Members of Parliament, as I had indicated, we are going to, following the presentation, we would be having a lunch break. I had anticipated that would have been at 2 o'clock, given, however, when we have finished with the presentation, this break will now go until 2:30, allowing you the same time like I had indicated informally. So the meeting is now going to be adjourned until 2:30, at which time we will come back and further solidify the process going forward. I asked the minister if she can also be here with us at 2:30 so that she can be part of the discussion regarding the continuation of the Central Committee meeting on the budget. For right now, we are adjourned until 2:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned.
was not there.
You were right in the room.
I was not there.
He was right there. Guy goes there when I give instructions to present.
I have left.
He left.
Okay. We ready? We ready? Of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we hereby resume this Central Committee meeting of Parliament, which started this morning with 5 agenda points, the last point being the draft national budget for the country 2026. We have had a presentation by the Minister, a general presentation on the financial position of the government, and then a presentation on the budget, a summary of the numbers of the budget and what goes along with that. These 2 presentations have been shared with members of Parliament. Again, for the information to the public of St. Maarten, I wish to reiterate that the entire budget, as we receive it, we being Parliament, from the government, is on the Parliament's website. The entire document, which is officially registered at the Parliament. In that document, I mentioned earlier this morning that this document contains over 300 pages. Approximately 2/3 of that document is the elucidation to the budget per ministry. That too is part of the document that we, Parliament, have made public, namely the draft budget. We have also requested of the government that especially the number book and the elucidation of the budget 2026 be provided in English. That has been done. It is my intention to take the English version of the elucidation to the budget 2026 and also make that available to the public of St. Maarten. However, before we do that, mind you, we do have the English version. Members do have the English version. However, we need to ascertain as a Parliament that that is the official or unofficial version in English coming from the government. Once that is established, that document too can be put online via the Parliament's website. I thought it was important for the general public to get to know this. My look on this matter, as I have discussed with the Minister of Finance, is still to even draft a more public/user-friendly version of the budget, especially for the people who would just like to go through a few pages and still understand the concept and the gist of our budget. Hopefully, that will be the case with the 2027 budget, for which, as the Minister indicated earlier, that has already been approved by the Council of Ministers of St. Maarten. However, in now going forward, and the proposal, as we discussed this morning, was about how, in the most efficient way, to get all of the questions from members of Parliament to the government as soon as possible. This has to happen in writing and be ratified by a Central Committee meeting of Parliament, and then the government is also supposed to answer to these questions in writing. So the opportunity will be given for members who today and maybe to continue on Monday would like to pose their questions regarding the budget. Verbally, we'll do so. However, we will still work towards having all questions from all members in by the 2nd of July, and then we can ratify those questions on the 6th of July, and then they will be forwarded to the minister, the government, and we expect then that these will be answered as soon as possible, as this is necessary to have the public meeting on the budget. Before, however, we go into seeing which members want to speak on what ministries and what their questions are, I would give the Member of Parliament, Irian, the opportunity to make a point regarding the presentation. It is somewhat of a fundamental issue, as the Member of Parliament has indicated that the presentation by the minister is not on the basis of the budget. It does not correspond to a certain extent, or maybe one part of it, with the budget. However, rather than try to speak for the Member of Parliament, I'll allow him to make this particular point for us before we move forward. MP Aaron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to all, the viewing public, colleagues, Honorable Minister, her support staff. Madam Chair, so you mentioned an error, but I think it's multiple errors. I believe that in watching the minister's presentation, the first presentation and the second presentation do not align. If you watch, for example, in the second presentation, or actually in the second presentation, the slide, I think slide 6, my question will actually be, what was actually approved by the Council of Ministers for the 2027 budget? In the presentation from the minister, 2027 budget on slide 6 says 642. And then in that same presentation on slide 7 has a different figure, which is 670. So if you're looking at those two, and you know, Madam Chair, actually someone from the public who mentioned this, so that, hey, I'm seeing two different figures on the slide. It makes me wonder, okay, what's the issue? But that's not the only one. So again, the first presentation slide and the second presentation slide also has conflicting numbers, but also in the presentation itself also has conflicting numbers.
Thank you, MP Aaron. Before I continue with the other members of Parliament, let us get this matter of the discrepancies to, I'm just using that word, I'm not saying that they are. And I asked MP Aaron, in addition to that one particular issue that you mentioned, in terms of the general amount, what are the other issues that you have encountered in your view that are different according to the presentations by the minister? And then the minister can take it all along at the same time. MP Aaron. Which other issues would we have MP Duran, who would mention some other, what they consider inconsistencies, let me use that word, between the presentations. I thought I understood MP Aaron to say that the presentations differed from the budget that we received, and the MP is saying also, so could we please hear from you, both MPs, what these differences are that you have encountered? And now I give the floor to MP Duran. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are many others, but these are just the ones on quick glance. I've seen like 4 different discrepancies, and I don't want to go into that before going into my presentation because it's part of the presentation, but I'll just touch on this one. Let's say, for instance, on the slide number 6, when it talks about addressing SZV and healthcare deficits, it has the annual healthcare deficit at approximately 35 million guilders. And in the other presentation that the minister presented initially, it has a healthcare fund insolvency. I think that's on slide 7 from the other presentation. Annual deficits, ongeveer 50 million guilders. So this is just one of few, and that is why my point was when we go over into this whole paper writing thing and not having this kind of dialogue, how are we then going to report? Because then I have to stop here and wait and can't continue in doing my investigation as a member of parliament with oversight because I don't have the minister in front as we normally do. So this is just one of multiple that were just mentioned. So just like to know and get for clarity for the public how we'll be moving forward with the budget debate. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Duran. It would have really been helpful if those matters that the MPs encountered as inconsistencies could be identified to the minister, so that when the minister is given the opportunity to react or respond to, the minister can zoom in on those specific matters that I mentioned. It makes no sense for us to throw out 2 or 3 inconsistencies now, ask the minister to react to those, and then when she comes back, oh, but we had 3 more. And we could continue like this for the coming weeks. So I would really encourage you, please, all of the inconsistencies that you have found and noted, could we get them put on the table before I turn the floor over to the minister? MP,
Yeah.
MP Doran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I think that let me rephrase this properly. The request that is put on the table in terms of us, me and MP Irian, as if we're the only members of Parliament to point out all the inconsistencies. I have a presentation with questions and everything based on the presentation that the minister presented this morning. So I haven't had 100% opportunity to cross-reference everything back in the actual budget to see which is part of what we were doing based on the fact that you mentioned that we will be doing this in writing. So I have questions based on the presentation that was presented here right now, and I make certain little notes, but I still have to verify it. So is it the intention for me to sit down and go put a pen by everything to cross-reference? I don't think that that's handy and it's possible right now. So I would like to just go into the presentation or ask my questions if that will be allowed, because now it's like we're doing the work for the minister. We'll be doing it in the question the minister could clarify as is customary. This ain't the first mistake. Mistakes can happen. But my point was to highlight the fact that we are changing a whole process with already 2-3 quick zichtbare mistakes, and now we're going to go into a whole budgetary process to end up like how we do with 2025 to maybe come back. And I'm just trying to avoid that, Madam Chair.
Understood, MP Doran. And I will continue with the, I give the floor now to MP Labega. MP Labega, just to understand at which part of the process we are right now. So we're still looking at basically the presentation that was made. The issue has been complicated by the fact that we have members who are saying they have encountered inconsistencies. But I guess you would, you're looking at the presentation as well. From the Minister, MP Labega, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this the question portion of our presentation now?
Yeah, I would suggest.
So I have a question. So are we going to go into the question?
Yes, I would. Okay, you're right. Let me clarify that. Right now, members haven't taken note of what we have heard thus far, to which the minister would also have to respond. And we will now discuss or ask whatever clarification we wish to ask on the presentation by the minister, the presentations by the minister. So we are going back basically to plan A-, and we will, I give you the floor, MP Labega.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you also to the Minister of Finance and Support staff for the presentation. I have one question for the minister today, and I'll submit my questions via writing, as stated before, July 2nd. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. Minister, regarding the proposed indexation for civil servant salaries, could you clarify how soon after the approval of the 2026 budget civil servants can expect to receive their adjustment? Thank you.
Thank you, MP Labega. I give the, okay, so members, just before I continue, so we're in the process of asking the minister regarding the presentation that was made. Any clarification we would like to have on the presentation, because members, actually what we have here for discussion formally is the budget as we received it, with everything that is attached to it. That's what is for discussion. The minister came, and of course the minister would have to defend her, once she makes a presentation, she will have to defend it, but we are actually discussing the draft budget 2026. As I mentioned this morning, and I will continue to allow that, any clarification to anything in the presentation of the minister can be asked at this moment, which will be considered part of the questioning on the draft budget 2026. I continue with the members indicating they wish to speak, and I give the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Minister, for your presentation. Madam Chair, I do hear what you're saying. I have my document prepared in asking questions to the Minister for the various ministries. So I would like to know if I can proceed with that or... Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That was a question you posed to the chairs?
I was just
Lewis?
asking because we're talking about the
No, I heard some answers given, so I was just making sure that it was asked to me.
Yes, I was asking the chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, MP Lewis. Yes, MP Lewis, we'll get to that point, as I stated earlier, in which the questions can be posed in here. However, by Monday, as I mentioned, we're going to close off the verbal session of the Central Committee on the budget, and members will have until the 2nd of July to send whatever all of their questions, in fact, in writing. So that's where we're at. But before I get to those questions, I look to see if anyone has a question regarding the presentation that we have received. That's where we're at right now, to finish that round, for the lack of a better word. And then we go to the minister to respond to those matters. Anybody else on the presentation? Yes, presentation. So we have MP Duran. You're going to now make some comments on the presentation and ask questions on the presentation. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have some questions based on the presentation. As I mentioned just now, I don't know if the first one was noted, but just for clarity's sake, with regards to the healthcare deficit and the healthcare fund insolvency, on one slide, I believe, which is in the budget as well, is 50 million dollars in debt, and on the other slide, it's 35 million. Yes, so I just want that to be noted. When regards to the government-owned companies, through you, Madam Chair, the minister mentioned that the government will stop with the passive approach when dealing with government-owned companies, and be more involved, so to speak. So I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, who are the shareholder reps for the different government-owned companies, if that can be clarified. I also noticed, through you, Madam Chair, that a point on one of the slides that they had, the prison will be open in 2027. That was mentioned by the minister. I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, if the Minister of Finance has information that we don't have, because according to me, not one shovel has been put in the ground since the symbolic groundbreaking. So how are we looking in terms of the schedule for the opening of the new prison next year? Also, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to be provided with, because the minister made mention of different onderlinge regelingen, I would like to be provided with all the onderlinge regelingen that the government has. This is a question that I posed before, didn't receive. I even did it through the Secure Committee of Parliament. Up to now, I don't think we received anything, no response to that. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like an overview of all the onderlinge regelingen that are currently active and that have been active for the last 5 years. With regards to the fact that the Council of Ministers approved the 2027 budget, I think the minister mentioned yesterday or the day before, in any case this week, I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, what consequences does that have for budget 2026, which we just started to debate or about to start to debate today? Because would that then mean that if I were to come with a budget amendment, that won't be allowed because it would influence the already passed budget 2027 within the Council of Ministers? So I would just like some clarity on that and how that process would be, because I do remember last budget debate, we were basically first told we can't make budget amendments, and then, we made budget amendments. Also, some notice from Wissahickon came from the government side with the 3 ministries. We were then blamed for the budget not being able to move forward because of our amendments, while there were major errors within education and justice as well. So I'd like to know, through you, Madam, and then when they came back with the budget, the new budget 2025, I would say budget 25 2.0, we were told that we're not allowed to come with no amendments. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know, how does that influence any potential budget amendments that we might want to come with, which is our constitutional right as members of Parliament? Also, through you, Madam Chair, the minister talked about actuals, because of course we're halfway through the year, so we do have some actual figures. We, as a National Alliance faction, we sent a request for the requesting the first quarter report of 2026, so the actuals. We haven't received that as yet. I believe it's a couple of months ago. That was, yeah, conveniently. We haven't received that as yet, so therefore I would like to know if that could be provided so that we could have a much better conversation in terms of factual information so we don't have to be guessing anymore. Madam Chair, through you, I heard the minister made mention of dividends. I would like to know when the minister will return into Parliament to explain the dividends withholding tax, which was a major discussion last year. The minister promised to come back to give some more insight, even come back with some experts to give some explanations. When will that happen? A motion was even passed to that effect. So I would like to know when will that take place. Through you, Madam Chair, I also heard the minister mention about the disaster risk fund. I know that I'm trying to correlate between the two because there were also a disaster insurance. That was something regional that we started back then. But also the disaster risk fund had to do with the money that had to come back from the airport in interest, if that's what the minister is talking about, and if we could get, people and myself could get a detailed breakdown as to where we are with that today, and what, when will that be then enacted if it's not, because I heard that it's busy being finalized. So just like some clarity on that. Through you, Madam Chair, one of the slides I saw then about 61 million gillas. I would like to know where exactly is the additional 61 million gillas in revenue coming from, if that could be explained. With regards to the expenditure, I would like to know personnel costs increased by 21 million gillas. How many new positions are actually being created? And what is the government's plan on filling these positions? Because the 21 million gillas is based on the whole year, but we're now halfway through the year. So is the government on track with regards to hiring? Because I haven't seen any aggressive hiring taking place. Maybe it's taking place in the background. I would like to know, is there any idea or appetite to do a sort of a job mixer that was done in the past with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Vermi particularly, but can something like this be done across the board in order to fill the vacancies? Also, Madam Chair, through you, you indicated, Minister, that the expenditures are below budget. Is it because government is spending more efficiently, or is it because projects are simply not starting? With regards to the Ministry of Vermi, for sure I can say that the projects are not starting based on what was in the pipeline for 2024 and 2025 particularly, and I haven't seen one road tender been published since 2024. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, is this also part of the reason why there's not much money being spent in that regard? Madam Chair, I heard the Minister mention that we are positive based on the figures. According to me, if I'm not mistaken, that we generated 36 million extra guilders for the year thus far. That was not expected, in a sense, based on the projection back then. So my question is, why is it then that the government cannot give relief to the people? Because one of the things you keep hearing is that the government doesn't have funds. But here we got a real positive information in terms of a financial overview where the government gained 36 million guilders extra. And, you know, Madam Chair, I think I know why the government gained 36 million guilders extra. Because the government gains a tax based on the import of fuel based on a percentage. So is it based on the fact that the worldwide fuel cost has risen, the government is therefore gaining more based on a percentage basis, and that's why they have a surplus, so to speak, in the first half of the year? And if so, then the only right thing would be to give the relief. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I'll close here for now until the written questions, Madam Chair. In 2021 and in 2022, we gave relief to the people at the gas pumps. Minister Roger Lawrence of TIAT, at the time, Acting Minister of TIAT, current MP Omar Atley did it, with Minister of Finance Irian and Minister of Justice Anna Richardson. So I know that it is possible. My question through you to the Minister, Madam Chair, why can't this be done if we are so positive with the figures for the first half of the year? Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll have the other questions in a more general basis when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MP Doran. Members, we continue, and we're still trying to keep it in line of questions on the presentation. I know it's difficult for the simple reason that The presentation did cover the entire budget, which includes all of the ministries. However, we'll still try to stick to that structure, and we continue with the questions for clarification on something that was presented by the minister, and I give the floor, and then we will try to zoom in on the questions regarding the individual ministries. So I give the floor now to MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as my colleague MP Lewis asked about the questions for the various ministries, I too have some questions I would like to dive into. My first question would be for the Minister of General Affairs. We're speaking of laws and a lot of budget or revenue generating measures to come. A lot of things will be stagnated because of the SER issue. I would like to know what is the update with such. Also, I noticed in General Affairs there's no budget increase for the fire personnel where retroactive, and also where's a retroactive payment. Also, can the minister confirm whether the outstanding fire department payments, whether arising from salaries, corrections, allowance, overtimes, legal claims, whatever it may be, is included in the 2026 budget? Madam Chair, I would also like to touch on what I am seeing as a mass resignation from the civil servants. What is the plan to make it more attractive? And I say this because we are only as good as our staff. And the more productive we are, the more money we can make. Back to the fire department. What is the total outstanding liability for the fire department personnel as of date? The budget acknowledges that fire department has only 47% staff occupancy. This is not good. This is a disaster waiting to happen. What are the plans to make it more attractive, feasible, that we can recruit more firemen and women? Will the government commit to presenting Parliament before the end of the third quarter of 2026 with the fire department recovery plan, staffing, equipment training, facility, and various outstandings? Madam Chair, something that is very, very important and was brought up in the 2024 budget amendment. The 74.6 or 76.4, I stand to be corrected, million for the generators. What is the update with the generators? Can we still afford the generators with the cost of inflation? If we can afford the generators, why haven't we purchased these generators? And if we can't afford the generators, what is the plan, seeing that we took a loan that the people of St. Maarten are paying for? Very, very important. I need to know what is the update with the funds that was a loan, which is to be paid back by each and every one of us in here as well, because we pay taxes too. I'd like to make that clear. So let's wait on that answer. And then to the Minister of TEAT, I see some projects, agricultural development, and the capital investment of 1.2 million on page 193. I would like some details on this from the Minister of TEAT. The Clem LaBega Square in Phillipsburg, 15 million investment. Definitely interesting. I would like some more details on this and timeline, projected timeline. When it comes to the senior rates for GEBE, I see that it's only for seniors whose bill is under 500. Today, with the fuel clause, barely happening. Even if your consumption, Madam Chair, wants something, the fuel clause alone is always double or triple. Let us create a standardized rate for seniors across the board. And the ministerial regulation that I submitted in line with views of Curaçao and various other countries like Aruba, we created a standard tariff for our seniors. So regardless of your consumption, a standard tariff. I would like for the Minister of TEA to please provide clarity on page 193 regarding the 1.2 million investment, again, for agriculture agency. But then it also includes details of Philipsburg beautification plan. So it's kind of a bit confusing to me. Is the 1.2 million solely for that or included the beautification plan? Under subsidies, agriculture, it is given 260,000 plus, but no foundation name is listed. Why is that? And how was this amount determined? The Department of Telecommunication Transport increased from 1.7 million to 13 million. This is a 11.3 increase in projects and activities. This is a major increase. What are the plans with such an increase? Within the 11.3 million, 4 million is for agriculture. I see the extensive agriculture program, but the policy plan refers to activities to be carried out, again, in the fourth quarter of 2025. Kind of update be provided, update and realistic be provided. We are now in 2026. And if something started in 2025, fourth quarter, I would like to know what was it. The tourist tax, what is the delay? What is the problem with the delay? Minister of TI. You? Minister of Finance. Oh, you can add it in your question through you, Madam Chair. What is the delay? What is the holdup with such? And yes, I'm glad I asked this question. Who is the one now responsible for it? I know, I want it. And who is responsible? See, we cannot wait. I was working on this as well with Aruba. Aruba has now implemented, Curaçao is implemented, everything is around us. And I know, Honorable Minister of Finance, you will receive kickback and fight from various organizations. Again, people will come to Sint Maarten. We don't offer nothing special, but ourselves. Everywhere have beach, everywhere have sand, but this place strives like no other. People will come. So I urge the government, I know you will receive fighting kickback, but the people will come and we will benefit. 15 to 18 million and still remain competitive, Madam Chair, can make it happen. To the Minister of Finance, why is the only capital investment for TEAT the only one with detailed tool lifting? That is the only one with a detailed tool lifting, the capital investment for TEAT, with a complete explanation. How does the ICT tax reform measure intend to yield increased compliance? What happened to the 2025 budget amendment? Through you, Madam Chair. We are dealing with 2026, but we were expected a 2025. I was looking forward to this because in there was supposed to be, which will lead to my next question, the revenue generating measures. The reason that this is so important to the public of Sint Maarten, revenue generating measures are measures taken where money can come in without burdening the people of Sint Maarten with taxation. The Minister of Justice, we speak of strengthening the police corps and to maintain safety within our economy. But yet we see 620,000 budget cuts in the police force material costs. 620,000. Madam Chair, through you, to the Honorable Minister of Justice, the LTU is being updated to enable advanced passenger processing, DTC, residence monitoring, biometric collection, revise immigration law to make it easier for investors and digital nomads to settle the distinction between access and admission, adapt grounds for refusal, a stop ban, and a reasonable condition for deportation. The acquisition of the legal expertise to support these efforts will be coordinated with YZ and with Legal Affairs. Page 80, 60,000 is reserved for this. This is great. But then again, since we were here, I have asked the Minister of Justice through writing, Madam Chair, questions pertaining to my legislations with LTU. I have asked the Minister of General Affairs and the Minister of Education, and the only one to respond to such was the Minister of Education. And then during my presentation, every member of Parliament almost said, did you correspond with the government? Did you correspond? And I did, and I did, and I did, and I did again, and I sent a reminder. Nothing. And this is why we were a bit cognizant and a bit hesitant to deal with sending questions in writing, because some ministers always respond and some just don't. And I can guarantee you, we will run into an issue with some ministers, Madam Chair. I guarantee you. Leopards ain't going to change its spots. Madam Chair, through you, to the Honorable Minister of Finance, for the Minister of Justice, budget post 5310-410, police wages and salaries. What's the increase of approximately 1 million guilders for? Directly, because I'm assuming wages, salaries increase way more than 1 million. So that number is a bit strange to me to see 1 million guilders. Budget post 5570-41, Coast Guard. Budgeted salaries, listen to this, for 2025 was 500,000 approximately. For 2026, we need 4.5 million, an increase of 4 million. Is this an error? Is this true? Why such a disparity between the police increase and the Coast Guard? Not saying the Coast Guard don't need it, but I can't see where the police is just 1 million. How much is budgeted for programs such as early release, conditional release, which are essential for managing capacity, while electronic monitoring is another option? What is the update? Over a year ago, we was presented, both members of Parliament, MP Roseberg and myself, had motions that passed, barely passed, but passed. And the minister said, we are working on it, I'm already in process. What is the update? This is my opportunity to ask on this. What is the update with this? Madam Chair, the Minister of Education. Policy plan indicates insufficient funds for youth program and sports, but 3 million travel budget. 3 million travel budget. We all stood with pride to watch Curaçao, Blue Wave, Curaçao. But with budgets like these, we're going to always be supporting another country and never our own. When are we going to vehemently invest in sports, invest in our future, and find money to put behind our youth? Else we will always be cheering for somebody else. Don't get it wrong. I don't mind cheering for Curaçao, but I'm ready to cheer for Sint Maarten. To the Ministry of VSI, is the 790 reserved for the big really realistic? What stage are we on? What is the process? Madam Chair, through you, seeing that we have a new Minister of VSI, will the projection change? Will the outcome of the big then change? What is the 800,000 for SAHA to be used for in 2026? This was something, Madam Chair, that you yourself had me in here every month. SAHA, SAHA, SAHA. I would like to see the same urgency because it is needed. SZV has claimed they will lose 20+ million. Last year lost 19+, Madam Chair. That is going to be a crisis if SZV should fall on their face. This legislation needs to come yesterday. What is the hold up with SAHA? The general health insurance, I'm asking. And now it's going to be interesting because, Madam Chair, previously, news articles, radio interviews, I have heard the Honorable Prime Minister speak against this. Now that he holds the seat, I need to know, to the Minister of VSR, is it still the intention for the SAHA to be brought this year? And if not, when can we expect it? Because we need it. I hope that we are documenting this, the public seeing that we need this, as that we will be in big, big problems without this. Madam Chair, for 2 years, the URSM party has held responsibility for this ministry. There are things such as the general health insurance, but I touch on something else, Madam Chair, that you also had me in here for. The insurance for sole proprietors, bus drivers, taxi drivers.
MP Otley, yeah, thanks for reminding me of that very important topic, but I think it's really important that I state so that there's no misunderstanding. My point was the point that you're going to raise now. And in that context, I spoke about SAHA. So just let's have that clear because I don't see SAHA coming anytime soon. So your point.
You don't see it coming soon?
I don't see it coming soon, in all honesty, but I am very concerned about the point that you're going to raise right now, so you may continue on that point. Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair, again, the facts are there. When I was brought in as Minister of VSR, I was brought in pertaining to SAHA. During the meeting of SAHA, you asked this question, but I was brought in for SAHA. Now my next point, insurance for sole proprietors, bus drivers. We are promoting entrepreneurship. Our locals can have what you call an inzake. They cannot insure themselves. Again, Madam Chair, because of what was happening with the SAHA during my term, we dissected it and brought it piece called SZV 1B. And this specific legislation, Madam Chair, through you, has went to the Council of Advice and has been sent back since 2024. It has been sitting on the desk of the Minister of VSR. And when Honorable Brooke was there, I said it over and under. It's on your desk. They cancel it, I was just told. But you know who we got to tell that to? The people. The people. And if we don't see SAHA coming nowhere in the near future, as stated by the Honorable President of Parliament, then this SFA 1B needs to come now. No. Minister of Rumi. Honorable Minister of Rumi, I'll keep it real short. What is the plan? I need it in this context written to me. What is the plan for burial space, lots? What is budgeted for such? I know the discussion was brought up whether in press briefing, but I want it in official forum and documented. What are the plans? One thing we can't stop is debt. And we already have a crisis with space. What are the plans? What are the plans for housing? I see nice elaboration, but I would like it again documented here. Affordable housing. There's a difference between public housing and affordable housing. And I need that to be clear to the public. When we speak of affordable housing and public housing, there's a big difference. Can the minister make a distinction between the two? How much money is allocated? Well, for road fixtures. And what are the timeline? Road repair, road fund. Madam Chair, again, I look forward to receiving, I will hand in the questions that I've asked. I will also hand in my other questions because we want to be here all day. I just want to touch on those points. I would also like to know one last point, the update. It's just gone dead, the legal help desk. My MP say it there, but I need the public to know it's there. What is the update? What is the actual function, purpose of the legal help desk? And I would like we are spending money. Are we spending money on it? Is it free? Is it subsidized? And I would like some feedback, some statistics on the legal help desk on how it has benefited the communities, the average amount of walk-ins, and the average amount of cases that have been helped solve thus far. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley, and thank you, MP, for already taking them in the line of per ministry asking the questions. We have them as much as possible noted as such under the different ministries in addition to your more general comments. We continue, members of parliament, starting first with any reaction, clarification that a member would like on the presentation by the minister, and then we continue with the questions. I give the floor to MP Lewis. MP Lewis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair. Moving forward, these are the questions to the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs. The ministry personnel budget has increased by 8.7%. How many vacant positions will actually be filled during 2026, and which positions have been prioritized? How many of the increase is attributable to salary adjustments as opposed to the recruitment of the new personnel? What measurable improvements in public service delivery should the people expect as a result of the increased investment? Can the Prime Minister provide a timeline to indicate when all critical vacancies will be filled? Why does government continue to rely heavily on consultants instead of investing in permanent civil servants? Which consultancy contracts are expected to be awarded in 2026? Will these contracts be publicly tendered? What mechanisms are in place to measure whether these consultants deliver value for money? When will citizens begin to experience these digital services? Through you, Madam Chair, the budget speaks extensively about strengthening integrity within government. How does the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, reconcile this commitment with the recent public integrity allegations surrounding his administration? How many integrity investigations involving civil servants were conducted during 2025? How many resulted in disciplinary action? Through you, Madam Chair, there is a motion passed in regards to legislative lawyers here in this House. I haven't seen anything regarding such in this budget. Where is the Ministry of General Affairs with that? To the Minister of TIAT, regarding the Ministry of TIAT, the budget places significant emphasis on increasing visitors' arrivals. What measurable increase in stay-over and cruise visitors does the minister expect by the end of 2026? What specific marketing campaigns will be launched to attract higher spending tourists instead of simply increasing visitors' numbers? How many of the tourism budget is being allocated directly toward destination marketing versus administrative cost? What is the government doing to diversify tourism beyond cruise passengers in traditional North American markets? Is the ministry satisfied with the current quality of tourism products offering? And what investments are being made to improve the visitor's experience? Give me 1 second, Madam Chair.
Sure.
The battery seems to be dying on this laptop.
Can't have that.
No. It plug in.
Receiving some assistance there from MP La Cruz and MP Irian to
Is
get
this
the
here?
battery up and going.
Charging it.
Several cords being shared.
It has power. Yeah.
Good, MP Lewis?
Yes,
You may
thank you, Madam
continue.
So is the ministry satisfied with the current quality of tourism products offerings and what investments are being made to improve the visitor's experience? What initiatives are being undertaken to encourage repeat visitors? How does government intend to address complaints regarding beach accessibility, cleanliness, and public amenities? Has the ministry conducted any economic impact assessment on the return generated from tourism marketing expenditures? While the budget projects economic growth, or projects economic growth, many residents continue to struggle with the high cost of living. How does the minister intend to ensure ordinary citizens benefit from this projected growth? What policies are being implemented to stimulate local entrepreneurship? What concrete support is available for small and medium-sized businesses? Does the minister believe enough is being done to reduce barriers to doing business in Sint Maarten? How many new businesses does the ministry expect to be registered during 2026? What sectors outside tourism is government actively developing to diversify the economy? What measures are being taken to reduce practices or monopolize practices and encourage fair competition? The budget speaks about reducing business license processing times by 50%. What is the current average processing time compared to the target? How many outstanding business licenses or business license applications currently remain pending? What accountability measures will be implemented if the 50% reduction target is not achieved? Will business license applicants or applications become fully digital during 2026? What legislative amendments are required to modernize the licensing process? What additional inspections are planned to ensure businesses comply with consumer protection laws? How many consumers complaints were received in 2025? How many resulted in enforcement action? Is the ministry considering stronger penalties for businesses that repeatedly violate consumer protection legislation? The budget, Madam Chair, emphasizes digital transformation. What specific digital services will be available to the public during 2026? What progress has been made toward expanding e-government services? What cybersecurity protections are being implemented to protect citizens' personal information? Is there a national broadband strategy to improve internet accessibility and affordability? What improvements are planned for public transportation during 2026? Is government considering regulating bus routes, fares, and service quality? How does government, through you, Madam Chair, intend to improve traffic congestion, particularly during the peak of tourism periods? The budget indicates that the Statistics Department is operating at only about 1/3 staffing capacity. How has this affected government's ability to make evidence-based decisions? By what date, through you, Madam Chair, does the Minister expect the Statistics Department to reach adequate staffing? I'm skipping the Ministry of Romy as it has a lot of questions, and I will go back to that. I'll go on to the Ministry of VSR. Through you, Madam Chair, many residents continue to complain about long waiting times for specialist appointments and medical procedures. What measurable improvements does the Minister expect citizens to experience by the end of 2026? The demand for mental health services continues to increase. What additional funding has been allocated to expand mental health care? And how many new professionals does the ministry intend to recruit? Can the minister provide an update on the operational capacity of the ambulance service, including the number of ambulances currently in service, staffing levels, response time, and whether additional units will be added in 2026? The government continues to invest in healthcare services. How much funding has been allocated to the Sint Maarten Medical Center? And what accountability measures are in place to ensure taxpayers receive value for money? The long-term sustainability of SZV remains a national concern. What reforms is the ministry implementing to ensure that the social and health insurance funds remain financially sustainable over the coming years? Many workers continue to raise concerns regarding labor violations, unpaid overtime, and unsafe working conditions. How many labor inspections does the ministry plan to conduct during 2026? And does the inspectorate currently have the sufficient personnel to effectively enforce the labor laws? Through you, Madam Chair, is the government considering any adjustment to the national minimum wage during 2026 in light of the increasing cost of living? And if so, what impact assessment has been conducted? Many families are struggling with rising food, utility, and housing costs. Beyond social assistance, what structural measures is the ministry introducing to improve the financial well-being of vulnerable households? Can the minister indicate how many individuals currently receive social assistance? How much has been budgeted for these programs in 2026? And whether eligibility criteria will be reviewed? What new initiatives are being introduced to improve healthcare services, home care, and social support for the growing elderly population? What investments are included in this budget to strengthen public health, preparedness for future disease outbreaks, or other public health emergencies? The budget highlights, Madam Chair, staffing challenges across government. How many vacancies currently exist with the Ministry of VSR? Which departments are most affected? And how will these shortages impact service delivery if they remained unfilled? What measures are being implemented to recruit and retain doctors, nurses, specialists, and other healthcare professionals, particularly in areas where shortages currently exist? Can the minister provide Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, with current data on the waiting list for specialist care, surgeries, and diagnostic services? And what targets have been established to reduce these waiting times during 2026? Through you, Madam Chair, the budget introduces a more policy-oriented approach with measurable objectives. What key performance indicators will the ministry use to measure its success during 2026? And how frequently will Parliament receive progress reports on those targets? Madam Chair, I go on to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport. Madam Chair, improving the quality of education is one of the ministry's primary objectives. What measurable improvements in student performance and educational outcomes does the minister expect to achieve by the end of 2026? Many schools, Madam Chair, continue to experience shortages of qualified teachers. How many teaching vacancies currently exist within the public education system? And what measures are being taken to recruit and retain qualified educators? Parents and teachers continue to raise concerns regarding the conditions of several school buildings. How many funding has been allocated for the school maintenance and repairs? And which schools have been prioritized for renovation during 2026? What additional resources are being allocated to support students with special educational needs? This has been a topic for some time, including those requiring specialized learning assistance or behavioral support. What measures are being implemented to strengthen safety and security within our schools, particularly considering the increasing concerns regarding violence, bullying, and emergency preparedness? How is the ministry, Madam Chair, ensuring that the national curriculum adequately prepares students for the modern workforce, particularly in the areas of technology, digital literacy, entrepreneurship, and vocational education? The ministry continues to invest in scholarships and educational opportunities. How many students are expected to benefit from government scholarship during 2026? And what steps are being taken to ensure that scholarship recipients return and contribute to Sint Maarten after completing their studies? Madam Chair, beyond formal education, what new youth development initiatives are being introduced to reduce youth delinquency, promote leadership, and create opportunities for personal and professional development? Sports play an important role in youth development and national health. What investments are included in this budget to improve sporting facilities, support national sports organizations, and assist athletes representing Sint Maarten internationally? Research consistently demonstrates that early childhood education has a lasting impact on students' success. What additional investments are being made to improve access to quality early childhood education across the country? The education system continues to embrace digital learning. What investments are included to improve classroom technology, internet connectivity, teacher training, and digital resources for students? Can the minister provide Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, with the current school attendance and dropout statistics? And what interventions are being implemented to reduce absenteeism and improve student retention? Last question for the Minister of ECYS, through you, Madam Chair. The successful implementation of the ministry's policies depends on adequate staffing and administrative capacity. Does the ministry currently have sufficient personnel to execute its 2026 objectives? And if not, what recruitment plans are in place? I go on to the Minister of Justice. Madam Chair, violent crime continues to be on the greatest concerns facing our community. What measurable reduction in violent crime does the Minister expect to achieve during 2026? And what specific initiatives support that target? The police force continues to face manpower challenges. How many police officers are currently active? How many vacancies exist? And how many new officers are expected to be recruited and trained during 2026? This question also goes for all other law enforcement agencies within the Ministry of Justice. How many officers are currently under investigation? How many officers are currently home during the investigation? And how many are in active service during an active investigation? How many law enforcement officers, respectively, have been fired since you have taken office? How many law enforcement officers, respectively, are pending to be fired? Gun violence, through you, Madam Chair, continues to claim the lives of many young people. What new enforcement strategies are being implemented to reduce the number of illegal firearms entering and circulating within Sint Maarten? The budget anticipates increased costs associated with the new prison facility. Can the Minister provide Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, with an update on the construction, commissioning, operational readiness, and expected opening date of the new prison? Madam Chair, since the groundbreaking, I have not heard or seen anything with regarding the prison. And if I'm wrong, I will stand corrected, but the people need to know. How is the ministry strengthening cooperation between immigration, customs, the police force, the Coast Guard, to combat drug trafficking, firearm smuggling, and human trafficking? Businesses and applicants continue to complain about lengthy processing times for residency and work permits. What reforms are being introduced for these delays and improve customer service? What specific programs are being implemented to prevent juvenile delinquency and reduce youth involvement in criminal activity before intervention by the criminal justice system becomes necessary? What additional resources have been allocated to strengthen victim support services, particularly for victims of domestic violence, sexual offenses, and violent crimes? Reducing repeat offending is essential to public safety. What rehabilitation, vocational training, and reintegration programs are available for inmates? And how will the ministry measure their effectiveness? To you, Madam Chair, public confidence in law enforcement depends on visibility and engagement. What plans does the ministry have to strengthen community policing and improve relationships between the police and the communities they serve? Do the police force and other law enforcement agencies currently have sufficient vehicles, protective equipment, communication systems, and investigative resources to effectively carry out their duties? If not, what additional investments are included in this budget? Many criminal investigations are hindered because witnesses are reluctant to come forward. Is the government, through you, Madam Chair, considering strengthening witness protection mechanisms to introducing additional safeguards to encourage public cooperation with law enforcement? What rehabilitation and educational programs are available for juvenile offenders, and what success has the ministry achieved in reducing repeat offending among young people. Can the minister, through you, Madam Chair, provide Parliament with the number of illegal firearms confiscated in 2025? And what new border enforcement or intelligence-led operations are planned to further reduce illegal circulation of weapons? With that, I conclude, Madam Chair, the questioning for the Minister of Justice, and I go on now to the Minister of Finance. Madam Chair, the 2026 budget projects government revenue of approximately 647 million Caribbean guilders, representing an increase over the previous year. What assumptions are used to arrive at this projection? And how confident is the minister that these revenue targets are achievable? Despite projected increases in tax revenue, government continues to face challenges with outstanding tax collections. What is the current value of unpaid taxes owed to government? And what additional measures are being implemented during 2026 to improve tax compliance and collection? The budget outlines, Madam Chair, government's debt projections over the coming years. What is the minister's long-term strategy to ensure St. Maarten's national debt remains sustainable while still financing critical investments? Historically, several ministries have struggled to fully execute their approved budget. What additional oversight mechanism has the Ministry of Finance introduced to ensure ministries spend public funds efficiently and deliver the projects approved by Parliament? The budget references ongoing reforms to the tax administration. Can the minister provide an update on the implementation of tax reform, including the modernization of the tax department and improvement in taxpayer services? What progress has been made toward digitalizing tax filing, payment systems, customs procedures, and other financial services to improve efficiency and reduce administrative burdens on citizens and businesses? Government, Madam Chair, expenditures continues to increase, particularly with the personnel and operational costs. What cost control measures are being implemented to ensure expenditures growth remains sustainable without negatively affecting public services? How is the ministry strengthening transparency and accountability in government procurements to ensure taxpayers receive maximum value for public funds and to reduce opportunities for waste or misuse? The budget introduced a more policy-oriented budgeting framework. How will the ministry ensure that the ministries are held accountable not only for how much they spend, but also for the results they achieve with those funds? Finally, for the Minister of Finance, what 3 measurable financial objectives has the minister established for the Ministry of Finance in 2026? And how will Parliament be able to determine whether those objectives have been successfully achieved by the year's end? Now we're going to go on, Madam Chair, to the Ministry of Roaming. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, which specific roads will be rehabilitated during 2026, and what is the exact budget allocation for each road project? What objective criteria were used to prioritize road rehabilitation, and can you provide the ranking methodology? What percentage of the road network is currently in poor or critical condition? And how has this changed since you took office? When will the Dutch Quarter Road rehabilitation be completed? And what has caused the delay? What is the current status of Well Road? And when will full rehabilitation commence? How much funding is allocated specifically for drainage improvements in flood-prone areas? And which areas are targeted? Which drainage projects will be completed in 2026? And what measurable reduction in flood risk will they be achieved? We go on to waste management. What is the current status of the landfill rehabilitation? And what percentage has been completed to date? When will construction of the landfill ring dike commence? And what is the full project timeline? When will waste export begin? And what procurement has been completed for this purpose? Madam Chair, why was the waste collection budget reduced to 14.5%? About 8 million to 6.85 million guilders, despite acknowledged waste management risks. What measurable milestones for waste management will be achieved during 2026? Go on to the topic of housing. Madam Chair, has the national housing policy been finalized? And if so, when will Parliament receive the implementation plan? How many affordable housing units will actually begin construction during 2026? What is the status of the Mortgage Guarantee Fund, and will it become operational? What land has been formally identified and prepared for housing development? What measurable housing outcomes should Parliament expect by the end of 2026? How much of 2026 budget is already contractually committed? And how much flexibility remains? What percentage of the capital budget do you realistically expect to execute in 2026? Which capital projects, through you, Madam Chair, are already to begin immediately, and which remain in the planning stage? How many are you addressing? Or how are you addressing the backlog of unexpected capital investment from previous years? We go on to the delayed projects. Which projects approved in 2024 and 2025 budgets remain incomplete, and why? Which projects are carried over from previous budgets into 2026, and what new funding is required? How many projects, through you, Madam Chair, has been postponed because of budgetary or budget limitations, and which ones? We go on to staffing shortages. With only 63% of approved positions filled, how can the ministry realistically deliver all planned 2026 objectives? What is your timeline, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Roaming, for filling the 18 budgeted vacancies, and which positions are critical? How many vacancies remain unfunded? And what is the total staffing gap when funded and unfunded vacancies are combined? How many of the ministry's work is currently dependent on consultant rather than permanent staff? What is your long-term strategy to reduce dependence on external consultants and build internal capacity? Move on to capital projects execution. Which capital projects have completed procurement and which remain in procurement? Which capital projects have experienced procurement delays and what caused them? What internal controls exist to prevent cost overruns and capital projects? Which projects, through you, Madam Chair, are at greatest risk of exceeding budget, and what mitigation measures are in place? How do you measure value for money for the ministry's major expenditures? We go over to ministerial accountability. Minister, what do you consider for 5 greatest achievements since assuming office? Minister, what do you consider your 5 greatest achievements since assuming office? Which measurable improvements have citizens actually experienced under your leadership? Which commitments that you publicly announced have been fully completed? Which 3 deliverables are you personally prepared to be held accountable for before the next budget debate? Why should Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, have confidence in that the ministry can execute the 2026 budget more effectively than in previous years? Commitments versus delivery. Which 3 projects, through you, Madam Chair, will definitely be completed before the next budget debate? Which project concerns you the most, and which commitment carries the greatest implementation risk? Madam Chair, if the ministry again underperforms in 2026, what responsibility will you personally accept? Madam Chair, by this I conclude my questions to the ministers. It is properly placed in writing and will be sent in at the time it's supposed to be sent in. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Lewis, and I thank you for that. You have clearly outlined your questions per ministry. We appreciate you sending them at your earliest convenience to our Secretariat to include in the report of this meeting. Members of Parliament, we continue with the questioning part of the CC on the budget as per our discussion earlier. I now invite MP Roseberg to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Blessed afternoon to the Minister of Finance and her support staff, and to my honorable colleagues present here today, and to the ones tuned in online, the public of Sint Maarten. Chair Lady, I will do the following. The technical related questions I will submit in writing. And for now, I will make use of my time to just highlight 2 perspectives of the budget, and the rest I will do in writing just to save time, and also seeing the fact that I find that the best way and best approach at this moment in regards to the questions I have. That being said, I would like to start with the question related to the legal assistance, legal help desk. It has been mentioned as such. I have seen that the legal help desk has been active, where colleague attorneys have provided legal assistance in time slots every month, free of charge. And seeing that that initiative came from myself, it was the idea is still to have on Sint Maarten a juridisch loket, such as, for example, in the Netherlands. So seeing that this has been ongoing, previous MP Otley already asked the question in regards to the effectiveness of said help desk, if input can be given out of FSA. But next to that, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know, seeing that FSA is providing yellow card procedures where persons that cannot afford legal assistance will be able to get a yellow card. I would like to know the amount that has been budgeted for, and the amount as such, and the making use of such a yellow card. What is the amount? How much is being made use of? And if that can already be looked at so far, and maybe the previous year, 2025, can be also taken in consideration, just to know, okay, what is budgeted for and what's effectively being used. Other than that, I also have that same question for justice, to know that comparison, what is being budgeted for and what's actually being used. Reason asking that question is to see what other possibilities in regards to funding for the establishment of the legal help desk as envisioned, such as the juridisch loket, can be implemented, and if such is possible, in what shape or form can that happen? So that's the question in regards to the legal help desk. Other than that, I have heard several colleagues ask questions about crime prevention already. I will do it in a different way because, as we have seen through you, Madam Chair, in 2024, a motion was passed unanimously by Parliament where myself and MP Arthur Arian requested for the crime fund policy finally to be implemented. And I'm happy to see that such is being done, and that the Minister of Justice, through you, Madam Chair, kept her word in such, because based on the law, it mentions that since 10-10-10, we needed to make sure that there is a criminaliteitsbestrijding fonds, but also that it's properly, that policy plan is submitted by each budget. And that never took place in the past 16 years that we are a country. And I'm happy to see that now we finally have that policy plan, and that policy plan has been submitted to Parliament, and that policy plan will or is added to the budget. And based on the policy plan, which I have reviewed, the Ministry of Justice has submitted, in accordance with the law, such plan, also based on what was brought forward in the motion, that it has to follow the law. And in that policy plan, there are several projects mentioned, for the ones that didn't have a chance to go over it as yet, projects for 2026. And the ministry has categorized it in A, B, C, and D, which makes it clear where A is referring to the Immigration and Border Protection Services, project related to that. The Court of Guardianships has several projects which will focus on ensuring safety, reducing liability. Other projects as well for minors, therapy-related sessions. Other than that, all focused on seemingly crime prevention. So I'm happy to see that that's being looked into, and that can hopefully reduce crime as suggested in such policy. One of the projects I'm seeing as well is the Voices Over Violence project, youth gun violence intervention, seeing that one of the MPs referred to the fact of what is being done in regards to gun violence. I'm happy to see that the youth Voices Over Violence project is also mentioned in the crime fund policy plan, seeing that together with MP York, we were one of the stakeholders that were able to see what the Voices Over Violence project does and why it's so important to have that project in place to curb the gun violence intervention. So I'm looking forward to see what that project will be doing and how that will curb the gun violence on Sint Maarten. So those projects, I'm happy to see that those are there, but seeing that we are, and other than that, there are several other projects mentioned in such policy plan. I think one of the projects I personally find very good is the Justice VSA Second Chance Builders, where there seems to be entrepreneurial training and reintegration program for young men in Sint Maarten. So that is something that can also benefit to curb the youth violence on Sint Maarten. And yeah, just going over such project and such plan, I'm seeing positive projects, so kudos to the ministers in regards to that. Seeing that we have this policy plan and seeing that it has been submitted to Parliament, and we are now entering in the budget phase, I took it up on my own and also submitted it to the Justice Ministry, seeing the recent violent traffic incidents where also persons have lost their life, to also look into an awareness program in regards to this crime fund policy. I have submitted such suggestion to the Ministry of Justice, referred to as Right Smart Sint Maarten. So I informed the Justice Ministry of such plan or suggestion, and then the ministry can, if interested in the proposal, include that under the Ministry of Justice to include that in the policy plan. It's pretty straightforward, where the concept behind it is that road safety, we have seen it, a lot of persons have spoken about it, that it is an issue on Sint Maarten, where a number of serious traffic incidents have occurred, sometimes also fatally. And therefore, I proposed to the ministry to look at the Right Smart suggestion in reducing preventable traffic accidents by promoting responsible behavior among all road users through education, awareness, visibility, and community engagement that also can curb the so sad crime on Sint Maarten. It is to increase the public awareness on road safety, encourage responsible driving and riding behavior, improving also the visibility on motorcycle and scooter riders, and increase the use of certified protective equipment, and also the education of the young and first-time riders before unsafe habits develop, but also strengthening the cooperation between government, law enforcement, schools, and community organizations. And this can contribute to reducing preventable road traffic injuries and fatalities. Again, it's clear what the law states, that the ministry is the one that decides on such projects, but I do believe in assisting where assistance can be given, and then the ministry decides if, seeing the current development on Sint Maarten, such plan can be incorporated, and if adjustments need to be made, those adjustments can be made. But the suggestion has been submitted, detailed, and the ministry can see how it can fit in such policy plan for the 2026 budget. That being said, I am looking at other pointers in regards to such plan. No, the plan is pretty straightforward, and just the add of what I suggested to the ministry, to you, Madam Chair, also submitted through the official channels of Parliament. And lastly, to make use of my time here today, next to submitting such policy suggestion, I also submitted, are making use of this moment now to seeing all that has been said by several community members, all that have been affected in regards to the recent incidents on the road. I said, you know, we as community leaders, but also all being involved in the community, we have seen what sport can do once the community comes together, and I believe in the seriousness of the matter, and seeing that next to the Wegenverkeersverordening needing to be amended, but other than that, also having the current law already in place where enforcement sometimes can be an issue, I believe we as a community as well can play a role in making sure that the awareness is spread in the community. So therefore, the same safety policy suggestion which I did, I also would like to bring it to the community where we ourselves will focus on the Drive Smart Sint Maarten movement, where we will also make sure that, okay, what do we need to do? Do I wear my seatbelt? Maybe I should drive smart. Let me wear my seatbelt. Or regarding helmet use, do I wear a helmet if I drive a bike? Or do I know people that don't wear a helmet? What am I going to do about it? So let's have that same community input in bringing this awareness and reduce these actions that are happening next to what needs to be done on a legislative part. That's my input for now, Madam Chair. My questions, as mentioned, technical related, will be in writing, and I look forward to the feedback of the ministry in regards to the suggestion that was made and that can be added to the crime fund policy plan of 2026. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Roosberg. Looking forward to receive your questions as well in writing and your so-called technical but budget-related questions. And we continue with MP Lacruz. MP Lacruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon once again, Madam Chair Lady, Griffier, Minister, support staff, colleagues, and everyone listening. Madam Chair Lady, I'm going to state some questions only concerning the presentation, and then my other 600 plus questions I will send in writing concerning the budget. And this is part one. The 600 is just part one. That more questions will come out after I get the answers to that and some more stuff that I am requesting. Yes. So on slide 5 of the minister's presentation, the expenditure by ministry. Madam Chair Lady, through you to the minister, I continuously say, if we don't start to invest in those ministries that bring in the most monies and focus on those, we will continuously be running behind every year, over and over. For example, housing receives of 37 million, while I've heard from the Minister of Rami complaining that there's not enough people to work, so building permits can't go out as fast as he would want to. And building permits is one of the ways that funds come into the ministry. Tourism, so Ministry of TIAT, 41 million, General Affairs, Finance, and going up the ladder concerning the spending of the ministry. So I'd like to one day see that every ministry is filled with personnel and our unemployed is to zero. And those same people could help collect more funds, give fines, do what they need to do. That is on that slide. Then, Madam Chair Lady, to the Minister, can you table the key performance indicators for every ministry and commit to providing quarterly performance reports to Parliament? And it would be nice that the minister makes that commitment, but then how would she get the support? And what are we then willing to do as Parliament to receive this information? If ministries fail to meet their approved targets in 2026, what consequences or corrective measures will follow? And I ask that question based on the same first slide concerning income. So what I would like also from the minister, if the minister could provide Parliament with every ministry's sources of income. Per ministry, how much was received, how much is pending, how much was left behind in 2024, 2025, and now 2026. And when I say left behind, if, for example, someone requested a business license in 2024 and they did not receive that business license and they receive it in 2025, that is $1,550 just for the business license that government lost, because the license, you're only going to pay it the year that you received it. This is why I continuously say if we don't have the manpower to do the work, we continuously lose money. 4 business licenses for that 1 month could have paid an extra personnel $6,000. So from every ministry, I'd like from the minister, what are the ways that funds come in to every ministry? How much was received? And what was the target? What was the minister's target? Then, Madam Chair Lady, I'd also like a list per ministry of all advices that cost between $46,000 and $49,999.99 from every ministry. I see the minister smiled, and all who has ever been in government will understand eventually, or understand why I asked that question. The little tricks and trades. Then, Minister, can you commit that by 2027 budget, which you said is the second week in September, every ministry will present measurable outcomes rather than only financial allocations? What are the implementation dates for the general health insurance, the tourist levy, and the tax reform? A date. Because I truly believe if we don't set a target date, we will continue to just lollygag. If these reforms are delayed beyond 2026, in which year does government project that SFV will become financially unsustainable? And does this government have a plan? Will Parliament receive quarterly reports for all government-owned companies that include their financial statements, cash flow, debt position, and government guarantees? Madam Chair Lady, it cannot be that a government-owned company refuses to give this information. So if we are not allowed to see this publicly, or that information comes out publicly, I would love to see it through the confidential route. Will government introduce legal deadlines for the submission of audited financial statements by government-owned companies together with sanctions for non-compliance? If there are no repercussions, nothing will happen. So what is the government's plan to deal with this? What specific governance challenges will be introduced under the active participation policy? And how will government measure their success? How much additional revenue is expected to be generated through improved tax compliance in 2026? And again, Madam Chair Lady, I must commend the minister with the possibility for individuals to make a payment plan a little wider than what was first requested, because it does give some type of relief one way or the other. And people will move forward and want to make an agreement, seeing that now they can. I am still waiting for this for businesses also, as the minister had mentioned once before that that was the plan. If the minister could tell us when that will happen. Then, Madam Chair Lady, how many individuals and businesses are currently outside the tax system, and how many does government expect to bring into compliance by the end of 2026? And what I'd like to allude a little to is, how do we know that they are outside the tax system? For example, I know of many that received a business license but never went operational. Are we still counting those as income? What percentage of the projects approved in 2025 budget were completed on time, within budget, and fully implemented? The budget projects, an increase of approximately 61 million in revenue. How much of this increase is attributed to economic growth, improved tax compliance, new policy measures, and one-time revenues? Madam Chair Lady, and another question that just hit me, I saw that there's a surplus in the budget. How much people does government owe? And is that included? Claims. So if within, for example, the next 2-3 months, an individual after pleading with government does not receive the funds and carry government to court and wins 1 million, that means that surplus is reduced by 1 million? Are we aware of all the claims against government? Because if that's the case, then it's that surplus is fictitious, pretty on paper. The budget projects a surplus. Again, no, let me go, next one. What contingency measures are built into the 2026 budget to address the financial impact of a decline in tourism or a major hurricane? What are the plans? God forbid, we're not calling it, but as a government, we should always be prepared. How many new positions are funded in Budget 2026, and what is the breakdown by ministry, function, and costs? What is the current government-wide vacancy rate, and how are salary allocations for long-term vacant positions managed? If the minister could also tell me how many persons per ministry are on sick leave at home. And those that are long-term, what is the plan? Of the approximately 39 million increase in goods and services expenditure, how much relates to temporary TWO funding programs, and how much will become permanent government expenditures after the TWO funding ends? and maybe I missed it, but looking at the projection, 5-year projection from government, was kind of broad. So, can you provide a list of all capital projects exceeding 1 million guilders, including their estimated cost, funding source, implementation timeline, and expected outcomes? What return on investment does government expect from capital projects financed through borrowing, and how will those returns be measured? And whenever I think on this, I think on the Emilia Wilson Park. Love it, love the location, love everything it stands for. But what was paid for it kind of hurts. Government debt now exceeds 1 billion. What debt to GDP ratio does government consider to be the maximum sustainable level? And the minister mentioned what is acceptable, I think worldwide or something like that. I think it was about 40%. But where are we? And what is, with the financial background from the minister and her support staff, what would be acceptable? With projected year-end liquidity of approximately 5 million, how long can government continue to operate after a major hurricane before emergency financing becomes necessary? How much funding has been allocated in Budget 2026 for disaster preparedness, emergency response, climate adaptation, and climate resilience? Can you identify the 3 greatest risks to the successful implementation of Budget 26 and explain how government intends to mitigate each of them? Which programs or policy in Budget 26 will deliver the greatest measurable improvements for the people of Sint Maarten compared with 2025? And how will that improvement be measured? I'd like to first see what was done in 2025. That was a shot. Given the projected surplus, limited liquidity, debt exceeding 1 million, and the reliance on performance that have yet to be implemented, can you state that Budget 2026 is financially sustainable? Then, Madam Chair Lady, something that I already mentioned to the minister, and I don't know if I maybe didn't catch it good, but in the travel budget of the Ministry of Finance, there is an error, a difference of 5,000 guilders. So if the minister could look at that and maybe tell me why that is, I would appreciate it. And Madam Chair Lady, I will continue to watch the meeting while I drive home. I will ask the public to excuse me, as today is my birthday, and I'd like to spend some time with my family. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. So, MP La Cruz, okay, we get your reaction to the presentation primarily. Of course, there's some questions for the individual ministries, which we will put under that caption. But, and your other questions, we are still expecting your questions in writing before July 2nd to be incorporated in the report. Thank you again, MP La Cruz, and enjoy the rest of your evening and your birthday. We continue now, and I give the floor to MP Iran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, good evening to all. Madam Chair, as mentioned before, the discrepancies with the presentation and the budget, and the minister mentioned the budget 2027 being approved. And what I really would like is, again, clarity for the viewing public, because yes, you could say the budget is online and they could view, etc. But at the end of the day, it's what's being stated on the floor of Parliament or in the floor of Parliament to the public and what they are hearing. And again, it was pointed out to me that there were discrepancies, and then when I looked, I did see them. And P. Doran also mentioned the one regarding the healthcare in the first presentation, talking about a deficit of 35 million guilders. And then in the second presentation, 50 million guilders. And then when he said that, I went back and checked the budget itself, and the budget does talk about the 50 million guilders and not the 35 million guilders. So again, it's just a lot of, I think it should have some type of correction for the general public to know what is factual and what isn't. I'd also like to say that we did get the National Inspection had requested the first quarter report, and that we've gotten today. I did get to review some of it, and those are going to be part of my questions also. And I'll also like to start with telling through you, Madam Chair, the Minister and the Ministry on the good job on continuing the process of policy-based budgeting, because we can see the difference in terms of the details and allocating funds with policy. But what's going to be even more important is actually executing the budget based on that. So yes, now we have the policy-based budget, but now holding the different ministries accountable to actually executing based on this. So when we get advices, etc., that we're able to see this advice is based on the budget that's based on this policy. And if not, then certain things can be approved. So I'm hopeful that that continues in that direction. Madam Chair, through you, in the second presentation, the minister mentioned a surplus of 31 million guilders in quarter one. And when I look at the budget, I see that, let me ask a question. Is that surplus due to the fact that expenses just weren't made? For example, the ministry spent or didn't spend 27 million guilders on, what is this, goods and services, and they weren't able to meet their and they spent 10 million guilders less on personnel costs. So for me, that's not a savings, that's an execution problem. So I don't think we should be conflating the two or misleading the public in terms of the government has made more revenue or the government has more savings, because it's actually an execution problem, an underspending of the government. And that ties into something I'll mention later on when it comes to the first quarter report, because the first quarter report also indicates that. So even when we look at the presentation from the minister, it contradicts the government's own report of the first quarter report. When we look at the accrual surplus and the cash reality, they point in opposite directions to you, Madam Chair. And obviously, what was mentioned in the presentation, also when you look at the budget, that the buffer the government has is super thin. But more importantly, the government has not provided any contingency behind of that. So I don't see, and I'll ask a question, are there any new revenue generating measures in the budget 2026? From what I gather, I don't see any or much new revenue generating measures that the government has identified, and I don't see any key areas where the government says in policy that these are areas that we are saving on. So the government has a very, very tight, and MP La Cruz also mentioned it, vendors that have not been paid that are also not budgeted. So even the end of the year surplus is probably not realistic, the 5 million guilders. The government starts with 30 million guilders, ends with 5 million guilders, but 5 million guilders could be spent in a weakened government. The minister mentioned in her policy, in her presentation, dividend policy for the government-owned companies. but the minister did not mention in this budget 2026, and the minister in 2025 September mentioned that she would be coming before the end of the year with a professional regarding the dividend withholding tax. And that would have been a major thing for the government in terms of income and revenue. And that dividend withholding tax, and through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the minister, is that reflected anywhere in this budget? I don't see it in the policy and I don't see it in the revenue, so maybe I overlooked it. So is the dividend withholding tax part of the revenue of the government? The minister mentioned in 2025 September that it would generate at least 10 million guilders and how important it was, even though there was a lot of pushback from MPs, including from the coalition. And I'm very surprised that we have no communication about this since then, and it's not reflected in the budget. In the presentation from the minister, it was clear that the government believes that healthcare is important and they plan to address this. But when we look at the budget itself, the ziekteverzekeringskosten has gone down to minus 100%. So does that officially mean that we are done trying to pay SAV for civil servants insurance? Because if you look at the prior years, they were budgeted. Now it's down to zero. So minus 219. So does that mean the plan to have civil servants have government pay for this, is that plan done? Because we can't on one end say, yes, we want to ensure that SAV gets their money, et cetera, but then it's not budgeted. In addition to that, we have the first in the presentation from the minister, through Madam Chair, it says that we increased revenue by 29.8 million compared to Q1 2025. But in the first quarter report, it also explains that much of this money or the income is because of previously booked under other income was transferred to the tax income after cleanup was done for unclear bank descriptions. In that same report, the first quarter report, it appears that other revenues are negative because amounts were removed from other revenues to correct that same category. So, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the minister, how much of the 29.8 million guilders increase is actual new collection in Q1, and how much of it is a reclassification from prior periods? In the report, it also mentions that permit revenues are down by about 4.8 million guilders, mainly due to lower business license, direct license revenue or income. It also stated that the Ministry of TIAT, the permit department, behind on sending files and invoices, causing invoicing delays. So, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask, why is the Ministry of TIAT behind with operational license invoicing? And to the Minister of Finance, what is the cash flow impact for budget 2026? In the report, the expenses are below budget, mainly because there was no budget. In the report, it states that the expenses are below budget, mainly because there was no approved budget 2026. That's in the first quarter report. So, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the minister, are the Q1 expense actual savings according to the government, or are they delayed expenses that will be expensed in Q2, Q3, and Q4? Through you, Madam Chair, in the first quarter report that we got today, it states that the surplus for 2026 is or should be, at the end of the year, 1.1 million guilders, while in the presentation from the minister indicated that this surplus will be approximately 11 million guilders. So, through you, Madam Chair, what I would like to know is what changed between the Q1 report and the presentation? Because that's off by 10 million guilders. I was happy to hear, Madam Chair, that the ministry, the government then, presented by the Minister of Finance, has decided, said that, hey, we take execution of the capital expenditure serious. So we don't want to have all these loans and not execute. But again, when I look at the reports, we have about 365 million guilders of project loans, but only 2.5 million was spent in Q1. So we spent less than 1% we executed less than 1%. So the policy or the ambitions of the government does not actually line up with the execution, and we are already in Q2. Through you, Madam Chair, in the presentation, the minister mentioned the GDP, and what my question would be, does the government take ownership of the GDP? Because I see that we have the GDP for Central Bank, we have, and it's also in the budget, reflected in the budget, including inflation. So the GDP for Central Bank, the GDP for IMF. And it's interesting because when we have these same reports for other ministries, they indicate, Central Bank don't talk for us, or IMF doesn't talk for us, but do we have our own GDP numbers from the Department of Statistics? Or are we saying that we accept these numbers as our reality and we don't have to depend on any of our internal numbers in terms of GDP? And if that's the case, we could then just continue along the lines because we don't have much resources and just use the data then from Central Bank and IMF going forward, or not, Minister? Or would we eventually say, hey, we're going to use the data from the Statistics Department? Because again, I went online, we don't even have a statistics website, so I can't even gather the data, it's still offline. Last budget debate, I've asked the minister also on, hey, why is the website down? It's still down a year later. So I don't know where the general public could pull data from in terms of our GDP, inflation, and whatever else when it comes to statistics. But does the government say, hey, we believe whatever the central bank numbers are and IMF numbers, that is our reality, and that is what we will use going forward? Because again, in the budget and in the reports, there's no reflection of our own internal department's data. In the report, and I think this is an interesting one, in the report, the first quarter report, it states that no loan redemptions were done in Q1. And the ministry says in that report that they followed up with Central Bank and they didn't get a reply or clarification on why that was not done. That was about 3.3 million guilders and loans that was due in January. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask, since the Q1 redemption was missed, was that later collected? Because this is only Q1. Maybe it was collected in sometime in Q2. And if so, in which month that was done? And if not, is the 2026 debt and liquidity projections still accurate according to the minister? Through you, Madam Chair, in the budget itself, and this is another, I would say maybe an error or mistake that I saw in the budget. In the budget itself, there's a line item for wachtgeld. So I don't know if the government has a premonition or they're seeing something that I don't see or we didn't see, but they've increased the wachtgeld by, so wachtgeld is the, yes, thank you, MP Doran. So wachtgeld is the funds that is put on the budget to pay for former ministers and MPs, let's say government switches or government ends or the term ends, that they get a year, a declining amount of salary for up to a year. So it's interesting that the wachtgeld amount almost tripled for 2026, which would indicate that, unless the government expecting a change to happen in this year, but it's up to 710,000 guilders compared to what it was before. So can we get some explanation as to why? But then also when you look at the percentage drop in the toelichting, it actually says minus 100, which it can't be because the number before was lower and it's gone up to 710,000. So you cannot have you can't say it dropped by minus 100%. So that's also something that needs to be corrected in the budget itself. And when that is corrected, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to know if all the other figures would then remain the same, or would the whole amounts have to change? Continuing with the budget, Madam Chair, yes, I see that the interest costs increased in 2024 to 2025 by 3.4 million guilders. In 2026, it only increased about to 200,000 guilders. But, so that would indicate then to me, as the minister mentioned, that we have more interest cutting into our potential projects and expenses without the execution of the loans that we have. So we are reducing our opportunity to be able to execute as a government because we have these loans, we are paying more interest, but we're not executing. Would the minister agree with that point or not, through you, Madam Chair? Through you, Madam Chair, the government, I believe, was tasked with a very ambitious 4-year governing program. And in its own budget last year and this year, it says or states that there's no new policies. But the governing program has a lot of new policies. So it's either that the program that the government has put forward isn't being funded, or nothing is happening. So, and I told somebody this the other day, that because of the budget delays, and I probably would have said this to some of the colleagues, I probably would have taken a different approach to the budget 2026. I probably would have done the amendment or brought the budget earlier to be able to execute, because now we have basically 2 years of no executing. So all the plans or the campaign discussions, etc., in the governing program basically can't be done and won't be done because I can't believe or see how all this will be done in 2 years. So through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister of Finance, but then the government on the whole, will we see a revised governing program or a realistic, now, so we're already in government for 2 years, of saying, hey, this is our government program, and these are the things that we believe we could actually get done for the next 2 years, and actually have that linked or tied into the budget in terms of policy-based budgeting. So we already reached the point of policy-based budgeting, but I now believe that if you're politicians, we run and we campaign, we promise all these things, and at this point, I feel like this government has overpromised and severely underdelivered based on their own expectations and the only things that they have in writing. Because this is not my government program, that is the government's governing program. And I can't check off almost 10% of the things that were promised in this government program. So I'd like to ask the minister, through you, Madam Chair, can we see a revised governing program and see a reflection in the 2027 budget, the government program being reflected in the policies in terms of policy-based budgeting? Madam Chair, through you, in 2020, the 2025 budget, the presentation stated that the government will be looking to give relief to the people of Sint Maarten regarding GB. That's a fact. I don't necessarily see that in the budget 2026. So is that, can I deduce from that that the government has not budgeted any relief for GB? Because in a lot of the discussions that we're having, could be a moot point. In 2025, it was clear the budget in their plans had budget relief. I see, I've gone through the tool-lifting and everything. There's zero, but there's nothing budgeted for relief of GB. So can I deduce from that that when it comes to any sort of financial help to be put into GB or directly to citizens, that the government has not budgeted for that. And if that's the case, through you, Madam Chair, then we could stop this discussion about relief from the government to the people, because that does not exist. Next would be, I was happy to see, I'll say that first, the slide regarding the government-owned companies and the reporting fast on what's positive and what's negative. And I think when it comes to TELEM, that the government has to do their part in terms of ensuring that TELEM stays or goes from, I think it was negative to positive. I understand that TELEM is owed by the government almost $1 million. So now, for me, if the government is pointing fingers at TELEM and saying you got to do better, et cetera, but now you're also holding them back because of the money that you owe them. So again, I don't see that budgeted inside of 2026. So I want to confirm, through you, Madam Chair, how much money in terms of bills does the government owe TELEM for the years 2024, 2025, and 2026? And is that budgeted in budget 2026? And where is that budgeted in 2026? Can we have a summary as members of Parliament of the quarterly reports, Madam Chair, that the Minister mentioned in her presentation of the government-owned entities? It was also mentioned the tourist levy in the presentation from the Minister, but I don't necessarily see it reflected in the budget. So, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask, is the tourist levy legislation or anything to do with the tourist levy, where can I see that budgeted in the 2026 budget, as was discussed in the presentation? When in the budget for VROMI, the overige materiaalkosten shows 205 million guilders. Was it that number? No, I'll come back to that. Through you, Madam Chair, I saw that there is a significant amount of money that is put on subsidies. And I saw a recent article from the Charlotte Brookson Academy. I also understood that there were individuals in Charlotte Brookson Academy that had conversations with the Minister of ECYS, and the Minister of ECYS told the board that, hey, this basically is hands off, the board has to resolve this, which I don't agree with. I don't see, so right now there's a situation where staff and teachers of Charlotte Brookson Academy, that money is coming out of the salary every month for APS, but they don't get APS, so they're not part of APS. And my advice was, but then you can't take money out of my salary then. So then I'd like to ask, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister and the government, will the ministry or government either provide them necessary funds to increase the subsidy so that they could buy into APS, or would the government have a serious discussion with the board of CBA and say, hey, if individuals are not in the APS system, allow them to then have their own insurance, their own insurance policy. You can't legally take out something out of my salary and then tell me, oh no, you're not going to have it anyway. So what is the government's position on this? Because again, it's not reflected in the subsidy. We don't see it in the subsidy. So it's either we're going to say, again, keep your money, or the government has to put in money in the subsidy to be able to pay into APS, and so they want it retroactively, so for 2 years. So again, Madam Chair, what is the position of the Minister of Finance, the Minister of ECYS, and actually the position of a government regarding this matter? Because then for sure we have to have some type of budget amendment to be able to resolve this. Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, the Raad van Advies, the Council of Advice, states a couple of things. They mentioned the whole Soul Beach saga. So a lot of MPs in here had a lot of different opinions, but when it comes to the higher councils, we always say respect the higher council. So I hope in this case that we actually respect the words of the higher council that states that the way and manner that the Soul Beach was paid was against or did not have the authority of Parliament to do that. And it also states that it was illegal for the government to pay out Carnival without it being budgeted, and that they would have recommended that a budget amendment happen in 2025 to fix this. And the government basically gave like a one-line response, like, cool story, bro. So where's the and somebody asked me this too, okay, so the Raad van Advies says their point, where does accountability come from? And I said accountability has to come from members of Parliament. We're the ones that hold government accountable. So, like I said, we have a lot of members in here that when it comes to higher council, if you question anything on higher council, they feel like it's almost a disrespect. But now that the higher council gives their opinion, everybody gone silent. So I'm hoping to see what these answers will look like. And it'll be very interesting to see how we handle the OVA going forward. What's also interesting is that in the advice from the CFT and the advice from Raad van Advies, the Council of Advice, they both state that there's a difference of $500 million guilders in terms of our national debt. And the government does, and they also say before the budget basically goes to Parliament, if you could answer this question, why do we have $500 million guilders difference? That's not a little bit of money. And the government basically did not answer that question. So for me, Madam Chair, we are today sitting discussing a budget. The Raad van Advies questions this amount. The CFT also questions the amount and says, we need an answer, we don't get an answer. So now I'm hoping that maybe as members of Parliament, we can get an answer on that. So for you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Minister, what is this difference of $500 million guilders in the budget? The CFT says is, I believe, 450 million guilders difference. And that also talks about it. Do we have a difference of $500 million guilders difference in our budget amount or not? And what is the position of government on this? Madam Chair, when we look, so again, I know we have to send over most of these questions in writing, and I'm hoping that, like I said, that we actually get proper answers to our questions. I think these are very, very important questions. One of my last questions would be, Madam Chair, the rental last norm from Sint Maarten. When can we expect an updated version? What are the effects of not having an updated calculation of the rental last norm? And more importantly, if it exceeds, and we get a calculation, and if it exceeds that amount, would we be able to continue to borrow or not? No. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. MP Duran, I see you are requesting the floor, but let me ask any other member of Parliament if they wish to make use of this opportunity, and then I come back to you, MP Duran. Members of Parliament, as I mentioned earlier, it is my intention to stop/adjourn this part of the meeting at 6 p.m. And given where we're at, I assume that a few hours more on Monday will kind of take us through this procedure that every member who wishes to would have the opportunity to ask questions, and for everyone, those questions asked and any other questions that a member may have, I'm asking that these be submitted by the 2nd of July. So if you have the need to verbally ask your questions, we have the opportunity, remaining time until 6 p.m. I'll also add that opportunity on Monday for any members wishing to verbalize their questions, and ask every member to help us in preparing the report as soon as possible by submitting your questions, if you can, by ministry, like some MPs have done, yes, by ministry, and by the 2nd of July. I'll come to you in a minute, MP Duran. For example, I wish to state that MP Lewis made use of the opportunity to verbalize his questions, but he immediately also sent them in writing. MP Lewis's questions will be part of the report that I would like to have the questions in by the 2nd of July. That's a Thursday. Our secretariat needs the time to put them all together, and then we come back the following Monday to just ratify that report in a central committee meeting. So MP Duran, did you have a question? You may.
Madam, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when I pressed the button to speak, there was no speakers. I followed the instruction to ask the questions based on the presentation. I see everybody asking all the questions. I choose now to speak. There's no speakers. You're now opting to ask who want to speak before me, and now saying that it is closed at 6. So basically, I can't speak if my colleagues speak 10 minutes and the other one speak 15 minutes. I don't see that being fair, because there was nobody else requesting to speak.
MP, you can determine that if subsequently members ask to speak.
But I had it first.
And make use of the opportunity to either ask their questions. We have members so far who have asked all their questions. We have for every ministry. I have members here noted who have just addressed the general issues, and their questions will come in writing. And so, MP, that opportunity remains. As I mentioned, if all members, including yourself, do not get the opportunity before 6 p.m. to state your questions, the possibility will be there for anyone to verbalize their questions if they wish to on Monday, God's willing. The time when we will start will be communicated to you. Just take that into consideration. I continue with the next MP to speak. MP Janssen, you have the floor.
This is crazy. Cancel me to offer somebody the floor.
Thank you.
MP Duran, you will get the opportunity to speak, as I mentioned. If not today, then it will be on Monday as we continue with this meeting. My apologies, MP Janssen, you had already started to speak. You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be very brief. I just wanted to state for the people to hear that I have prepared my questions, and I will submit them in writing according to questions per minister. Some questions now I will take out because I have already heard them asked by my colleagues, so there will be less questions. And I have also seen some additional questions that I would add in. What I did want to mention, though, is one, I will call it a roya thread, a red thread that I see through the entire budget, and also in the CFT report on the budget, is the lack of capacity and the lack of, so the amount of vacancies in the government apparatus. And I have discussed with the minister an idea on how we can train the people who are on the island, because I also see talks about the brain drain. However, without sending people away, we can train people on the island in public administration so that we can fill those vacancies. And so because I heard the minister mention that the 2027 budget has already been approved by the COM. I'm mentioning it here now because I became a bit worried because I was thinking about adding this to proposing this to be added to the 2027 budget and the 2028 budget. However, if it has already been approved, I'm not sure what can be changed if the Council of Ministers can agree to a solution like this to ensure that we have people on the island, we have cadre who can carry out the work of the government. And this is a project that was done in 2006 through 2008 successfully before. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Janssen. Members of Parliament, it's nearly 5:45. At this point in time, I would ask the Minister if there are any points raised by members of Parliament that you would like to address now. Before I do that, however, Minister, with your indulgence, I'll allow at least 2 members of Parliament who have indicated they would like to speak, and I start with MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Today is a very interesting day, Madam Chair, I must say. Nevertheless, let's continue with the people's business. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. I know that I've seen then where government has increased the spending, but the revenue generation plan seems to be always missing. I know that no budget debate is complete without a credible plan to earn, collect, enforce, and protect Sint Maarteners. So one of the questions that I'm going to be highlighting is directly geared into revenue generating. We've seen where the High Council of State, so the Council of Advice, the Raad van Advies, made a statement, and the reaction from the government is that, you know, this is not true, this is not correct, and so forth. But from the same government over the years, all you've been hearing is you have to respect the High Councils of State and so forth. If I had said it, through you, Madam Chair, I could understand because I have a bias. I have a political view, and the ministers might have another. But here you have a neutral body, the Council of Advice, saying that things did not go correct, and the response you get from the government. So through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know the Minister of Finance position based on those 2 points, namely the Soul Beach and how the Carnival subsidy was submitted. What is the Ministers of Finance view based on the response from the Council of Advice? I'll go delve right into the Ministry of Finance on revenue generating. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister of Finance. What is government's actual revenue generation plan beyond the normal tax collection? Which new revenue generating measures are included in the 2026 budget, and how much is each expected to generate? Were any of the revenue generating measures considered but left out of the budget? So, and if so, why were they left out? So are there any plans that are near completion but maybe not business ripe to put into effect in terms of revenue generating? Are they there? And if so, can mention be made of those that are in the pipeline besides the tourism tax levy? What is the status of the revenue generating meeting that was requested but never took place? I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, from the Minister, is it based on the request of the Minister that the revenue generating meeting did not take place? This meeting was requested on December 10th of 2025. The IS document is 431 of the parliamentary year 2025-2026. I find it quite disturbing because every 2 minutes you hear the government complaining that they don't have enough funds to execute certain things, yet as Parliament, we are not coming to criticize. We brought a proposal on the table to have a meeting to discuss revenue generating, yet that meeting cannot take place. It was on the agenda once, then subsequently taken off without proper explanation. So through you to the Minister, I would like to know, is it an issue on the government side why this meeting is not taking place? Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know, what is the current tax arrear amount owed to the government of Sint Maarten? How much of that amount is collectible? And how much of that amount, in the opinion of the ministry, is not collectible, and why? One of the suggestions that I've had, and I've mentioned it once or twice before, for instance, can we put a fee on director licenses as a revenue generating measure for foreign directors? Because I know within the region that takes place, some islands even up to $20,000 per year. I believe that this can be quite some income to government. So through you to the minister, can this be considered? And I would like to know if the government has already studied whether director licenses or director registration fees for foreign directors can create revenue, and if so, how much was the projection if this was done? If not, can it be done and will it be considered? I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, how many company directors are currently registered in Sint Maarten, and how many are those of foreign directors in active companies registered in Sint Maarten? So then with that, if we come up with a number, we can have a guesstimate as to how much we can generate per year. Madam Chair, there's something called an alien landholder's license for foreign property owners in Anguilla. An alien landholder license is basically in order for you to purchase a property and you don't have the belongers rights in Anguilla, you have to get approval from the government, the executive council in that case, to be able to purchase property there. There are also fees attached to that. A foreigner would have to pay more taxes. I remember my colleague, MP York, mentioning and bringing forward a proposal with the abolishing of property tax, that we not abolish it in its entirety, but abolish it for locals, and keep it implemented for foreign investors. I know that there was a lot of pushback back then, so through you to the minister, I would like to know if this is still the case or the minister has changed her views and intend to keep it so for foreign investors. Because, Madam Chair, then my question would be then, what is in it for a Sint Maarten, or how does a Sint Maartener benefit from Sint Maarten, just as I gave the example of Anguilla? Because all other countries, there are some kind of benefit for the locals. So I would like to know through you, from the minister, if this is being thought of, and if not, why not? Mullet Bay. Madam Chair, through you, Mullet Bay has been something that, even before going over to be a minister back in 2019, we've been talking about. There was even an inquiry started on Mullet Bay. I've asked several questions over the last 2 years. We had to deal with the bailout. We had to do a lot of things in regards to Mullet Bay. Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know what is the current status of Mullet Bay. I would like to know, has the government had any recent discussions regarding the acquisition, settlement, or public benefit related to Mullet Bay? I saw an article the other day from the Sun Resorts where they have hired an architect to start to do drawings or whatever have you. I would like to know, Madam Chair, through you, I remember that one of the first meetings that the minister came to Parliament, it was a whole discussion about fighting for Mullet Bay, and we had to approve certain things so that the payout could take place and so forth. My question is this, right? How and what will the people of Sint Maarten benefit from Mullet Bay? I brought 2 motions here. 2 of them were voted against because the minister mentioned they're already working on it and all those things are being watched. I even asked for bi-monthly updates. That never took place because, of course, the motion wasn't passed. I would like a clear update now, and through you to the minister, how are we looking with that first right of refusal in terms of the acquisition of Mullet Bay? How hard are we fighting for it? What are the last discussions? And how is it that Sun Resorts could hire an architect without having any sort of discussion with government, or without government at least coming straight forward to the people and explaining what the status is of Mullet Bay? And not that we're going to have a situation, again, where a private group are going to acquire Mullet Bay, and then Sint Maarten people are left out in the cold with a bill from India that we're going to be paying for the next 30 or 40 years. Through you, Madam Chair, this is the questions for General Affairs. I would like to know, I asked it just now, but I just want to say now, who is politically responsible for GEBE? Which minister is ultimately answerable to Parliament for GB? Is it the Prime Minister? Is it the Minister of Vrummy? Is it the Minister of TIAT? Or the Council of Ministers, or any other minister? Because I saw a decree was signed by the Minister of TIAT and Vrummy for BTP. But then every time we talk about GB, the Prime Minister answers questions. So therefore, I would like some clarity on that. I know the shareholder question, or shareholder rep question, has been a question floating for the last going on over 2 years, actually. And I would like to finally put that to rest as to the current state of affairs, as to who is the shareholder rep and how the setup is currently. Through you, Madam Chair, going into the BTP mandate, I would like to know from the Prime Minister, what is exactly the legal mandate to BTP in relation to GEBE? What can BTP legally do? And is the government using BTP as a regulator or referring to BTP only when convenient? Because from what I understand, BTP doesn't have much influence or say to dictate the prices. It's more of another study similarly being done, I'm assuming. So I'd like some clarity on that because that was never clear. I saw that the new consumer protection group made mention of what the government should do one day. The next day I saw that a decree was signed and executed. So kudos to the consumer group for getting that done based on what we've been asking for relief in different ways for so long. So kudos to them to accomplishing that. But I would like to know what rights does BTP have and what teeth do they have in terms of execution, and if there's no compliance on the end of GB, what can actually be done? Madam Chair, through you, I would like to know how many board positions on GB board is currently filled. I heard through the media about a resignation of a lawyer. I would like to know if this is the case, what was the main reason? And I would like to know, were there any discrepancies or internal concerns that led to this resignation? And how is the board functioning during such a crucial time without a legal expertise on the board? And if so, what is being done to recruit a legal person? I would like to know who on the board has technical expertise and, or is a technical engineer. I would also like to know who has financial expertise or a financial expert on the board. And if all the CVs from the current GB board members can be provided to Parliament, albeit through the confidential route. I heard the Prime Minister mention something very interesting last time he was here talking about GB with respect to decisions that are made in the Council of Ministers or that a minister would want to see done. It doesn't work 1, 2, 3 because you would have to have, the board would have to have the same viewpoint. I would like to know, and I kind of alluded to it back then, but I didn't get a response, so I would like to ask it here officially. Were the board members asked to present their vision and views prior to being appointed to GEBE? And does the Prime Minister know whether the board's vision aligns with his own vision for GB? Because it would be strange to me that you're appointed in February and your vision changed in June or May. So I would like to know that through you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we were requested a couple of years, I think it's about almost 2 years, definitely over a year and a half, to urgently approve for the Prime Minister to get the loan from the Netherlands, which I believe was 74.5 million guilders to purchase generators. And once that purchase was done, GB could be able to be more balanced in terms of the power they supply to the people of Sint Maarten. I know to date, no engines have been ordered. I would like to get a clear timeline from back then when it was approved in Parliament for the loan to go through. What has happened in the meantime, a clear-cut in chronological order trajectory as to where we are with the generators for GEBE. Madam Chair, I would like to know through you from the government, what is the current status of the SER board? I know that there was an issue recently where they mentioned that all the board positions expired. If so, if that's still the case, what is the timeline on this being regulated? Were there any signs or any warnings prior to the expiration of the dates of those members? And what effect does it have on the people of Sint Maarten in terms of getting things done by not having a SER board? How does that affect the day-to-day operations in government? Through you, I sent a letter to the Prime Minister a couple of months ago about the 4-day workweek pilot for the civil service. I haven't received the update, so I would like to know if those questions can be answered. So I would like all those questions that were sent back then answered. If not, I can just resend them here in the budget debate. But I think it would save everybody time if those questions are just replied to. I also, through you, Madam Chair, sent questions. We had a meeting in here about the military perspectives for Sint Maarten youth in participating, whether it's through Kur Mill or Aru Mill for our young men. I would like an update on that because we had a meeting, we had nice discussions, but I haven't received an update. So through you, from the Minister of General Affairs and the Minister of Justice, if an update can be provided. I go over to the Ministry of Rummy. I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, what is the update to the wastewater infrastructure project? So that's putting the underground infrastructure for the wastewater, which had to start, I think, about a year ago. I'm reading that there's discussions taking place. I would like to know a hard start date from the Minister of Rummy as to when that will take place. I'll go over to district cleaning. I would like to know what is the status of the current district cleaning contracts. Were there any contractors selected without a tender? Because I'm seeing some works taking place in and around the island, but I haven't seen any tender put out. So I'd like to know through you, are there any individuals busy executing district cleaning work without a contract? And if so, how is that possible? How were they selected? And how and when will the budget with the tender be produced? I also know a few months ago there was an issue with the garbage tender that went wrong. The minister blamed all the contractors and everybody involved except himself. I would like to know through you, Madam Chair, in the meantime, if that has been resolved, when will the tender go out, and when will the rectifications then of what went wrong take place? Madam Chair, I would like to know, through you from the Minister of Rummy, if the Minister can provide a list of all legal payments made from the Ministry of Rummy, so legal consultants from the Rummy Cabinet and the Ministry in its entirety over the last 2 years. And I'm talking about everything outside of the Lands Advocate. If that can be provided, a clear overview can be provided to Parliament. And was the work for legal advice or legal consultation, was that tendered? And from each cabinet, I would like to know, through you, Madam Chair, all consultants and the last amounts paid over the last 1 year in legal affairs and other consultants within the ministries, within the cabinets. Through you, Madam Chair, I would also like to know from the Ministry of Rummy, why haven't we seen any roadworks being tendered over the last 2 years? Why have we not seen that? And why was the budget decreased to 600,000 guilders? Madam Chair, through you, I would like to know from the Ministry of Rummy, how many permits were granted from June 2025 to June 2026, month by month, if that can be provided? With regards to the minister's plan or view to build 1,200 homes, I read the article in its initial phase about 4 months ago, if I'm not mistaken. And then I heard an interview where the minister mentioned, no, I didn't say I was going to build the homes. I'm going to encourage the private sector to do so. And all kind of different stories. So through you, Madam Chair, I would just like to know who is going to build these 1,200 homes and when are they going to break ground to start? Again, over and over, I've been mentioning that the Vineyard Heights / Over the Bank is a project that is sitting there waiting to be executed. It's government land. A lot of time went into it by the ministry back then. I would like to know, what is the minister's plan with Over the Bank / Vineyard Heights? Now I'll go down the road to the old Over the Bank or the former Over the Bank, current Over the Bank, that people already have homes built there. We started a process with a town hall meeting to regulate the land for the individuals to at least own it, get it in ownership so that they can get proper GB connections and everything. I'm talking about the existing homes that don't have any building permits. So basically to legalize those situations, I would like to know through you from the minister what has been done with that sense. And if nothing has been done, when are we going to pick up the ball and continue to roll in the sense of allowing those persons to legalize their situation? I move over to the Ministry of TIAT. I would like to make it clear that TIAT is the ministry responsible for the economic activity, tourism, transport, telecommunications, and business regulations and consumer affairs. So I would like to know what revenue is TIAT generating in 2026, and what did they have on the pipeline that wasn't able to come on board that might be the case in 2027. I would like to know what is the projected revenue for business licenses in 2026, what is the projected revenue for operational licenses in 2026, and what is the projected revenue for economic permits for 2026. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, what is the return on investment from the tourism budget for 2026? How much is being spent on the tourism marketing? And what measurable increase in stayover arrivals can we expect in the latter part of the year? Of course, we have the actuals from now, so maybe if that can be provided, and also paint a picture as to what we can expect for the next 6 months. I also like to know what measurable increase of visitor spending is expected. I would like to know what is the government doing to move beyond the arrival numbers and focus on actual money spent in the economy? Because we got a lot of information about the arrival numbers, but how can we chime in or zoom in to money that was actually spent? Through you, Madam Chair, this part is like basically building permits and TIAT. I would like to know from the Minister of TIAT, does the Minister agree that delays in building permits affect the economic development? Has the Minister calculated the economic loss caused by delayed building permits? Has the TIAT Minister discussed with the Ministry of Rummy how they can work on fast-tracking these things? And I would like to know what projects are being delayed because of permit issues, major projects. I know of the Planet Hollywood situation, or what I'm being told at least, and the Villa Event situation, which is in Digo Bay. What is the status or what discussions are being had between the Ministry of TIAT and these respective developers on getting these projects rolling? Madam Chair, I go over to education. I brought a motion a little over a year ago regarding children that are born after October 1st and be denied to start school, and they're being told that they're born late. The minister said that she communicated to all the different schools for them to allow it because it's kind of existing already. However, official heavy set policy will be sent, and that is why the motion didn't have her support. We are now going into another school year, and this still hasn't been published. And I would like to know from the Ministry of Education, when will this policy be enacted? Through you, Madam Chair, the Ministry of ECYS has one of the largest budgets. I would like to know what are the top 3 education priorities for 2026? How bad is the teacher shortage in the public schools, and what is being done about the school repairs? How much of the budget goes directly into the classroom? How much goes to the administration, the projects, the studies, and the overhead? And what measurable targets are attached to the subsidies in the subsidized schools? I would like to know what accountability system is being used for schools receiving these subsidies. Madam Chair, with regards to the sport facilities, I mentioned it this morning in my notification. And again, it's a proud moment for us to see our brothers and sisters in Curaçao being able to celebrate, even reaching the milestone of the World Cup. Now, I know that according to me, the Soccer Federation has been receiving some hard times since I left office, and making the land officially over to them. And we all, when you move around and wherever we go to watch the game, you hear, Mama whack, una no se llega. So, ma, look how far we made it. But we're not gonna make it, and we're not gonna be able to Mama whack if we don't give the Football Federation the land in order for them to develop said sports facility, which they are entitled to get funding from CONCACAF to execute. So again, my message now, my question to the Minister of Sports, if she can collaborate or reach out to the Minister of Rummy to have this finalized so that the Federation can get the land to do what they need to do. Madam Chair, through you, for the Ministry of Justice, I would like to know what is the current status of all the national decrees for the justice workers, how many more are pending, and if we can receive a full overview of said decrees. Regarding the life insurance, life/risk insurance, which is something that I've been bringing up over the last couple of budget debates or any interaction with the Minister of Justice for that matter, I would like to know what is the current status of it and how can we as Parliament assist to expedite such. I looked in the budget, I haven't seen it, so in case I missed it, if it can be pointed out, where it is budgeted for 2026, for us to restart that program, which I know for sure is on the mind of a lot of our justice frontline workers. I'll go over now to the Ministry of VSA. Same question. What is the status of the accident risk insurance for the ambulance personnel? And also would like to know from the Ministry of Asset, what is the status of said insurance for the firefighters, if it's even being considered? I think it should. It was mentioned here in this House of Parliament, so I'd like to know what is the current status on that. For now, Madam Chair, I'll leave it for there, and I'll send the remaining questions in writing if need be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Duran. I would, thank you, and I encourage you to send all of your questions in writing, please. I'll get back to that in a moment for all factions. But in the meantime, MP De Wever, if you need a lot of time, then, okay, that's not the case. Then I would have put you off until Monday, God's willing, where you'll have more time looking at the time that I wanted to close this meeting. But you think you can, you prefer the Monday part? Okay, good. Okay, so we will stop here. We will stop here, members of Parliament, and as I mentioned throughout this meeting, we will continue on Monday. It is our intention, but our Secretary General will confirm that we start at about 11 on Monday, just so that you know. And I think about 3 hours could give everybody the opportunity, also looking at how far we've come with the members who have already asked questions. But Minister, you have received a lot of questions. They're going to be answered according to the process that we established. You get all of them in writing, and all of them will be answered. And I ask you at this time if there are any very specific points that you would want to address before I close. Members, just a moment, please. And before I give you the floor to do that, I think it's important to address a matter raised by MP Irian, and I do that for the simple reason that the matter referred to falls under the budget of Parliament, and Parliament is responsible for those numbers. So the comment that where it pertains to the so-called wachtgeld, redundancy, bridging allowance for MPs, and the reference that amount has been increased by 700-something thousand or decreased, whatever the case may be. Fact is that for 2026, there is no amount on that budget post. It's zero on that budget post. Just let me clarify that. This is a matter, I repeat again, appearing in the budget of Parliament, and it will have to do, of course, with, no, that's not what the MP said, and I misunderstood you about the wachtgeld. Oh, you're saying it's in the elucidation mentioned. Okay, it's in the elucidation mentioned, Minister, that amount is there. What I do know is that in the budget numbers, 2026 wachtgeld is on zero. If it's mentioned in the toelichting, it's probably that it was taken over from 2025 budget, in which an amount was estimated in the budget numbers. But Minister, I would like you to address again, looking at a time, but just some matters that you would like to, that you can respond to at this time without getting into all of the questions by the members. As I said, we will continue to finalize this particular part. We will continue to finalize it on Monday, God's willing. But Minister, you right now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would like to thank the honorable members who have already contributed to some questions pertaining to the draft 2026 budget. But for the clarifications, I really need to answer because I want to make clear on the statement based on the presentations not corresponding to the budget as explained by MP Irian. Madam Chair, as explained during my presentation, slide number 6 presents the multi-annual projections as submitted in the 2026 budget document that was sent to Parliament. In addition, the presentation includes slide 7, which provides updated information on the 2027 budget recently approved by the Council of Ministers. The difference is based on updated information received from the ministries during the 2027 budget preparation process, particularly regarding funding from the TWO and the trust fund. And the discrepancy from MP Duran, indeed, it was a typo. The amount as presented in the budget is the 50 million and not 35 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for that elucidation. Minister, I would like, with your permission, to understand the following. And it has to do with the point raised about this wachtgeld, so let me explain. We have the budget, and the budget has under the Parliament chapter, it has the 1030, 1030, which is wachtgeld ex-gezagdragers. And that particular one says that in 2025, 785,989 was budgeted in 2025, nothing in 2026, meaning that it has been reduced with the same amount. Okay, so we have, that is in the budget. In the elucidation to the budget, and this is what needs to be explained, we have the breakdown, Minister, Cabinet, and it's under the Ministry of Finance. And we have Minister, the Cabinet, Stafbureau, Afdeling Financiën, Afdeling Fiscale Zaken, Comptabiliteit. And then there is a post under the Kostenplaatje 4210 called wachtgeld. And in there it is saying, according to the toelichting, in 2024 there was no realization, geen realisatie, no expenditure. And the budget 2025 was 805. This is, of course, thousands. And in the budget 2026, it was 710, also thousands. And then it mentions that where you give the difference of the two, it's a minus 100%, which means it would have had to come down to 0. That's what we have on the, yes, under the budget overview, 5.2.1, elucidation, toelichting. And that is the number the MP was referring to. So please, that be taken note of when we talk about the wachtgeld. One thing we do know here from this side of the table, that Parliament did not submit any amount on the wachtgeld that falls under the Parliament budget. So, Minister, I don't know if there's something that you can further address now, or we leave this here and we continue on Monday with the questions, and then subsequently we shall ratify all of the questions and send them in writing to the Minister and her colleagues in the Council of Ministers. Already, I see a lot of writing has taken place, so I guess the answering can commence even before, or the preparations, let me be very clear, the preparations of the answering can commence before the official document with all of the questions is submitted. Minister and support staff, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all, those of you in the hall, for your participation in the meeting, those outside of this hall for following the meeting, hopefully, and this meeting will therefore be adjourned until next Monday. And again, I wish everyone a pleasant weekend, pleasant and safe weekend. And until that time, so until Monday, I hereby adjourn this Central Committee meeting of Parliament. Meeting adjourned.